All right, I think I'm live. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, hit that number 1, please. Kyle, Rick, Kevin, good. Can we get a few more ones just to confirm that I do sound all right? Just trying to stay calm after yesterday and this morning again. I hear you. Chance. Jason, all right, there we go. I was worried. Okay, people can hear me. Okay. Mike, thank you. John, all right, we are in business. And we almost have a trade right here. Potentially. Going to try to get short at that red line right there. Stop will be above the high of this candle, assuming the high of this candle doesn't get too high, and then the risk is just going to be too much. Get my phone plugged in. Again, trying to get short at that red line if it wants to come back down. Good morning, Alan. Thank you, Marty. As a reminder, if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be great. If you are brand new, welcome. Great to have you. No need to hit the like button because I totally understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy this. But yeah, if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, friendly reminder, please hit that like button. And I am trying to get short right now. Stream kicking off with a nice little setup, but is it going to give me my entry point? That is the question right now. Good morning, Anthony. How's everybody's days going? Mine has been. I had another reminder this morning about why I do things the way I did. I was kind of slipping back into it, but I cannot mentally handle it. And this morning, I once again proved that I cannot mentally handle it. So I'll get to my day at 11. Overall, I'm happy with my day, all things considered, but it was still a bad day of tilt. But again, just because of prop firms, it wasn't nearly as bad as what it was. In fact, it was actually kind of minimal. But still, not a great day for me. But like I said, I'll get into that more so at 11 a.m. since that's technically when this is supposed to start. Because I'm well aware that technically I'm early. So to have people show up and say, "What'd your day do?" and then say, "Well, I already talked about it." Like, what are you talking about? It's 11. I'm on time. What do you mean you already talked about it? Yes, Rick, exactly. A whole lot of chop at the open. Did that chop at the open get anybody else? Give me a 5 if the chop kind of ate your lunch this morning. 5 for, yeah, this chop here. The down, the up, the down, the up, the down, the up. Did that eat anybody's lunch? I'm on team 5 too. That was not a pleasant experience. This move here, and I'll go over the psychology, was I think that move got a ton of people, not necessarily in the chat, but just in general. Because that, and I'll go over that. Maybe you can kind of understand why that would have been the case. But that was a very, very savage and brutal move when you consider, bigger context. Well, on the pro side here, I'm glad I waited for confirmation because never got it. And therefore never got in the trade. Because, yeah, this thing is seemingly bullish. I made nice green. Well, good job, Mike. Big green. Nice. Got 2 more fresh evals trying to trade now. Good job, Zach. So you trained 2 horses into race horses, and then you just got a couple more. You got 2 more race horses today to start training. Am I understanding that right, Zach? All good, still alive, breathing. Yeah, that's true, Kyle. Yeah, that's true. If you woke up this morning, it's already a green day. If you woke up, lots of chop. Jock small green in the name. Antonello. After yesterday, I went in small. Today to recover. Yep, some of this. Nice, awesome, Zach. I like to see the racehorse model in motion. Hopefully, Zach, you fed some hungry kids this morning when you got those two new horses to train. Did you feed some kids, Zach? HR, good morning, Brian. Got you use the 15 and scalping. Got you. I think you got a typo. Got you use the 15-second and scalps only on open, but Michelle banked. Michelle banks every day. Michelle is unbankable. Like, she never not banks. I think that makes sense. Did you miss punctuation? Got you use. All right, well, I was more bearish. This is probably why I struggled, because I have zero read on the markets today. Got to use. Oh. Yeah, I'll get right on the 15-second chart. Hi, do you have a subscription to participate in this room? My private community is right here. RC. So here you go, RC. That is for my private community right there. See if the price wants to come back down here or not. Good morning. Hey, relax Ardu. Again, if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, friendly reminder, please hit that like button. But also, as I mentioned, if you are new and you've never been here, welcome. It is great to have you. No need to hit the like button, because I understand you don't know if you're going to enjoy this. But if you do know you're going to enjoy, because you've been here before, hit that like button, please. Can anyone explain how the NQ dropped 200 points in the first minute of the open? I'm not sure. What do you mean? Did it drop 100 points? I don't even know if it did, but what do you mean how? The same way it did if it dropped 20 points. There is a lot of sellers apparently and not enough buyers. There is a lot of supply and not enough demand. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, Tom. I'm just not quite sure I understand the question. What do you mean about how? You mean like how in the sense of, was there like bad news or something? Hey, good morning. Ruined perfectly. Okay, in there short. Well, I just got short, Diggy Mom. I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I just got short. Was thinking maybe this thing wanted to come back down, but right now not looking like that was the right decision on my part. And it was not. All right. That kind of summarized my morning. I'm not going to say it was a totally random trade because it was coming down. I was looking at it for a moment in time, a really nice candle. But did I really need it? Probably not. Probably not. But that kind of summarizes just my mentality right now and just kind of where my head's been. And it helps to make my day probably make sense. I would also say that this morning's action was very challenging, but I definitely played a role in it too. I'm not solely blaming the price action. There's just the breakout right here. Look at this. Let me, in fact, draw this over here like so. There we go. You can see area of resistance right there. So can it break up through there? is the question. Yeah, today some horses died. I'll put it that way. Today some horses, plural, died. But the key word there being horses. Notice I did not say racehorses. The racehorse actually provided, which was what kept the overall day, not an absolute train wreck. Horses died, but not the racehorses. Is not only did it not die, it produced. News at 9:45 and 10. Think made it choppy. I mean, maybe. Sometimes news can create some really nice, smooth, methodical movements, but today was not one of those days. Yeah, today I don't know. Almost 11. I'll go through my day real quick, and then I'll also just kind of give because I did this before, and I want to remember, I think on May 19th, I think I talked about this very same thing, because it's starting to pop back up, and I'm not saying it was the reason even for last Thursday's tilt, but I think it played a role. Yeah, misery does love company. Okay, it is 11, so just here are my results for the day. Only 2 accounts. And the thing that happened today, and the thing is, because I've kind of started to get back in this habit, which I'm sure some of you do enjoy, and it's my fault. I guess I'm not mentally strong enough. But HR. I know you meant nothing malicious. I'm okay. I'll get this in a second. But HR, I am operating on the assumption that everybody here is new to Pam's plant, aka day trading futures through a prop firm. So under that assumption, I'm trying to make people aware of, hey, the best way to day trade is futures through a prop firm. So under that assumption, I'm assuming, well, that people are new. So the last thing I want to do is have them be like, okay, yeah, I see the value in day trading futures, and I see the value in using a prop firm. And then at that point, I don't want to throw 10 different prop firms at them, because then they're going to be overwhelmed, and then they're going to get frustrated, and then they're going to be like, well, never mind. I want to keep this as streamlined as possible. Now, from the business sense, probably not the most wise business move. I'm sure if I had codes for 7 different prop firms, yeah, I'd probably make more money. But in my mind, I want to make a smooth path. Hey, okay, you're new. Hey, go take Profit Trader. That's what I want it to be. That's why I don't want any other prop firms talked about, because it's just going to distract people. It's going to overwhelm people, because I am assuming that the people here, because that's the whole goal behind this live stream. It has nothing to do with proving I'm a good trader. It has to do with trying to help people, make people aware of Pam's plant, and then give them a good idea. And then, hey, if I can make a little bit of revenue off that good idea, have a good time live streaming, then that's the whole idea. So that is why I deleted out your message, HR. I know you meant nothing malicious behind it, but that's why we keep it to Take Profit Trader in here, because I don't want to overwhelm anybody that's new and is finally making a literal good decision for themselves. I'm going to day trade futures, and I'm going to use a prop firm. I don't want to overwhelm them by throwing 30 different prop firms at them. So hopefully that makes sense. But anyways, so what I fell into starting to do is just, hey, here's how my day's been going, everybody. So at 11, I pretty much go over my day, which I understand is helpful, maybe. But for me, and this is my own mental weakness, this is my ego at work, like I am falling into the trap like I did, because I think 3 months ago I had a morning where I roasted 3 test accounts. Maybe I remember, but I just started burning through accounts, because I'm like, this is bad. I want to show this live stream that I got off to a great start, and then I started forcing trades and just doing a bunch of bad things. And then I think I did that. I think that's why I roasted that pro account last week, was because I was like, okay, let me just make one more so I can kind of show the live, like the live stream. And then long story short, I roasted that account, lost it, and it was a terrible live stream. It was just bad. It was so bad all the way around. And then this morning, the same thing just happened. I'm not kidding. Let me make sure. Yeah, I killed 4 test accounts this morning. 4. So remember that the 150 account that we had been doing very well with, I was, I think, 2,000 away from Pat. Yeah, I was. Because this morning I made a trade. I was up like $1,200 on it. I was almost getting close to passing that one. That account is dead. It's no longer here. It's gone. I remember yesterday I had to lose a little bit of money on that one because I maxed out. It was a 50K. I was like $800 away on that one. That one is dead. That one is now gone. And then after those two were gone, I got a couple more, and I could do nothing. I could do nothing right at all. Like I'm not even kidding. On some of these accounts, I never went even green. Now, of course, I was on tilt, so I was like max size, let's go, and but it was so bad. Like I didn't even see any green. So it's not like I had green and then I wanted more green. No, I just didn't even have green. So I roasted a couple more of those accounts. And then I got this one and finally kind of reestablished myself, and I'm up green here. Now, the one thing that I did do right in all of this was I did not lose my mind with my pro account, with my racehorse. This is my racehorse. It's still alive. It actually produced, put some more money in my pocket on the racehorse today. So that definitely helps. That definitely. Steven, are you listening? Steven, literally, I'm diarrheaing from the mouth my frustration with myself this morning, and I literally already just said that number. Like I said, I like 4 today. Okay, Steven, please listen. Or Stefan Mohammed, please listen. Okay? Yes, I'm gonna feel better after I'm using you as I'm laying on my couch. You are all my psychiatrist right now. Okay? I don't know, Stefan. Do you think I'm 3,000? There you go, Stefan. I love how some of you think I'm a mathematical genius that like just knows all these numbers right off the top of my head. I don't know, Stefan. 572. Okay? All right, he's gone. Who is this guy? He gone. We'll put him in timeout. I need a break from him for 86,000 seconds. Okay. So I'm giving myself a break from Stefan Mohammed for 86,000 seconds, okay? So what I'm doing, and it's a flaw on my part. It's a character flaw for me. Is my ego is too big, where I am trying to press the issue. I am trying to really, really try, because I know, okay, at 11 a.m., I'm going to share how I did. And this is what happened to me several months ago, and on that morning, I remember I blew like 3 accounts. So it's just not good. It's not good because my ego is just out of whack, and it's causing me to just push the envelope too hard. And then I get irritated, and then I go on account tilt, and then I roast multiple accounts like I did this morning. And it's not good for no, none of this is bad monetarily. Like I said, because this was the pro account, because this was the racehorse is keeping the float, the ship afloat, stuff like that. You know, other racehorses I've had. So the overall numbers, it's not like I'm drowning. It's not like I'm just bleeding cash. It's nothing like that. But as traders, we always need to be watching our habits. We need to be watching our psychology. And right now, when I know that at 11 a.m., I'm gonna share with everybody, hey, here's how my day is going. I am pressing too hard because my ego wants to show a good solid number there. It wants to demonstrate, hey, look how great this is, which is really pathetic on my part. I get it. Clay, why do you care so much about a bunch of random strangers on the internet? That's such a fair point. That's why it's kind of sad on my part. But I do. And so going forward, if I think there's a learning lesson, I will talk about my results. But moving forward, and what is the date? So I can hey, Clay, how come you don't show us your results every single morning at 11 a.m.? I can refer people back. In fact, I should write this down. August 21st, this video. This is exactly why, because I just roasted a bunch of accounts. Some accounts were super close to passing. That 150K account, man, I've been trading that one on live stream for like the past over a week, just slow and steady, and that thing got roasted. So 821. Because it's a fair point. Hey, Clay, Why are you being so sneaky? Why aren't you telling us every day at 11 a.m. how your morning went? Because of 8:21. That's why. My ego is a flaw, and it's causing me to start to do dumb things. Again, it's not like I'm never not gonna go over my results. If there is some sort of learning lesson there, I will go over that. I have no problem doing that because I'd like for people to learn. But like, I'm not gonna put that pressure on myself anymore because it's causing me to do absolutely dumb things in the name of ego. So, well, no, you don't have to. No, nobody needs to be sorry about anything. I'm not looking for any pity at all because none of you are forcing me to live stream. So I'm not blaming anybody but myself. But it would be a valid critique on your part if you're like, hey, how come you didn't tell us how your day went today at 11 a.m.? I noticed that. This is why, because that's a valid critique because my ego is writing checks that it can't cash. I think that's from Top Gun. But no, I'm not looking for pity because I'm not being forced to do this. I just am offering up an explanation on why. Because I told, what was that guy? Stefano Mohammed. I said, it might have been 5. I don't even know. That's how you know it's bad, when you lose track of how many accounts you roasted. It might have actually been 5. I think it was 4, but it could have been actually 5 accounts I roasted this morning. But again, the one thing, and this is a testament to prop firms, is when you go on tilt like I did, there are ways where you can protect kind of the gold nuggets. And the gold nuggets in the prop firm world are your pro accounts. Some prop firms call them your funded accounts. Those are the ones that you really, really want to protect and you really want to avoid going on tilt with. So because of prop firms, I was able to protect them via just getting new test accounts. Yes, those test accounts continue to get roasted, but at least the test account served as a buffer for the pro account. And when it comes to just the overall numbers, all it takes is a couple of days, within a pro account, a couple nice trades or whatever, and you can more than compensate for all the protection that you had to pay for. But at the end of the day, like I said, none of this is causing me to bleed out cash. It's not like I'm hemorrhaging. It's just more of and this goes for everybody as traders, we need to protect ourselves and our habits and our mentality. So that is why moving forward, please do not expect me to just share every nook and cranny detail of how my day has gone. I'll keep it general. But if there is some sort of great learning lesson, like if I did do something stupid and I'm like, okay, I think people can learn from this, then I don't mind talking about stuff like that. But I got to stop putting that pressure on myself because my ego is too big. It cares too much. So there we go. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for letting me vent to you a little bit about my stupidity. But yes, prop firms. Today is another great lesson on why I love prop firms. And on top of all this, is that real or no? Okay, all right, thanks. Now okay, well, we're getting some good action here. All right, let's see how this plays out. This is actually some good action. Blue 2 evals and yeah, Jim. Yep. Well, I'm with you here. Welcome to Clay's Red Talk. I like it. Nice pun. All right, no. Okay. Oh, Anthony's charging me. I didn't know he's a real therapist. Blue 2 50Ks, but fast. The 150K. Good job, Sean boy. But anyways, and then here is the absolute. I'm so thankful for this member. I still feel bad for him, but I so respect them for their courage. Well, never mind. Okay. All right. There's some decent movement here. Okay. Anyways, though, this is why prop firms are amazing, and this is why, like I said, today was a really, really bad day. And had this been with my own funds, like it's been in the past, bad. Like, I mean, over $10,000 gone. Probably more than that. But right here is a prop firm. We had this member yesterday post this. And this is somebody that's using their own funds and they're doing options. I truly, or I really truly hope I'm the biggest loser today. NDX win. So he was doing NDX options after the move. I will get in the future. So he's finally gonna. He's like, okay, Clay, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna move into futures and use prop firms. I just can't seem to take the loss. Look at this. He lost his entire account yesterday. Lost. And this is not a prop firm. This is somebody in our community that is choosing and has chosen to use his own funds. And he just lost $53,000. In other words, his entire account, or close to his entire account, gone like that. And this is why I continually harp on Pam's plant, specifically this right here. The added risk control and how you protect your own money. Because, and I don't think this person is here. And again, I have nothing but respect for this person for even sharing that. Because he did not have to share that, but he did. And I think that moving forward, because I plan on using that in the live stream, I think his step of courage is going to save people lots and lots of monies over the coming weeks and months now. But had he been with a prop firm, and let's just take the worst case. So let's say he had been with a 150K. And then let's just say, he had the bad trade that just kept going and going and going. If you remember yesterday's action, that opening movement where it just dropped down like 300, 400 points in the world of NDX options, yeah, that loss actually makes perfect sense. But had he been doing Pam's plan, day trading futures through a prop firm, and let's just say he had the 150K account, that would have cost him out of his pocket $216. Now the rule here would have been, okay, on that trade, $4,500. And this is the thing that a lot of people, it gets lost in the mix, is that with a prop firm, your loss just at least stops. Like the trade just ends. But if you're with your own funds, like that person was that I just showed you, it doesn't just stop at 4,500. So in the prop firm world, yeah, same trade for this person, that trade would have just by default stopped because a broker steps in, it closes out your trade, it's game over, your account's done. But with your own funds, unless they're margin calling you, I mean, it can get to 4,500 and then 5,500 and then 10,000 and then 15,000 and then 30,000. And then as you saw right here, it can work its way down to $53,800 gone because there is no program like a prop firm that's just going to end the trade. Now, eventually when your money or account goes to zero, it's over. But like $53,000, that is insanity. And had he been in that prop firm, it would have just ended at 4,500. And then he would have been out $4,500? No, he would have been out the cost of his account because that's what's taken from you. The consequence is not $4,500 loss. The consequence is not $53,000 gone. The consequence is you lose your account, therefore you're out $216. But let's just say he went on tilt. And let's just say he he lost his mind. And let's say he blew 20 accounts. So he went and then he blew 20 accounts. So in order to blow 20 accounts of this in the same day, 4,500 times 20, he would have lost $90,000, right? Because again, in order to blow one of these accounts, you lose 4,500. So in a crazy, like just massive tilt session, losing 20 accounts, okay, that would have been $90,000 he lost. But how much of his own money would he actually have lost? Well, if he bought, and you can also do resets, but we don't even do the resets because resets are only $100. Actually, let's do that because that's even better. So the first account was $216, so we'll keep that in mind. But then he would have reset 19 more accounts. So those other 19, you don't have to pay $216 for. It would just be $100 for. So on those 19 accounts he reset, that would have been $100. And then his first account, though, would have been $216. So plus $216. So on an epically tilty day where he roasted 20 150K accounts, out of his pocket would have been $2,116. As opposed to this. I can only speak for myself, but I'd rather lose $2,100 out of my wallet as opposed to $53,800 out of my pocket. So again, this is why I preach. That is why this is the entire point of this live stream, to make people aware of Pam's plan. Because of this right here, that is the true power in Pam's plan. Yes, are these movements rare? Yes, I am not trying to say they happen every day, but can they happen? Oh yes, they can happen, and oh yes, it can get big, and oh yes, it can wipe out a whole lot in a hurry. So there we go. I don't remember exactly how we got on that talking point, but yes, Pam's plan, using prop firms or day trading futures through a prop firm, is what I've been doing and what I continue to want to make people aware of, because as you just see right there, things can get bad with your own money. Thanks for being here, everyone. Blew my first account today, but learned lessons. Yeah. Hey, blown accounts come with the territory. All earnings for my whole year. Yeah. Am I the only guy who hasn't blown an account here? Hey, Squibbles, let's calm down. Hey, your time is coming. I'm not trying to be negative, but your time is coming, my friend. So when it hits you, just realize you'll be okay. As a viewer, I can say it is inherently more exciting to watch you trade NQ during the live streams, but I understand you will need to trade well and abide by rules. Yeah, exactly. I understand. I do understand. Like, I'm not the greatest businessman, but I'm not like a moron either. Like, I get it. Degenning with NQs would probably drive up viewers. But again, it goes back to, are those the type of viewers that I really want to surround myself with in the first place? I'm not quite sure. Everybody's kind of got their own demographic that they're after. I'm not quite sure I'm after the degenerate demographic. But hey, you know what? Somebody else is going to be like, oh, but that's a good business model. Let me go after the degen demographic. Hey, there you go. You know, that's why business is interesting. You can kind of come up with your own ideas. But yes, I'm definitely well aware of that. If you lose that much, I would just hold the position for the next few months. Squibbles. Oh, squibbles. Oh, squibbles. That is insane. Happy futures is the only thing I've ever traded. Never dabbled with anything else. Well, again, to be fair, it's not... that problem was not because he wasn't trading futures. The problem was the risk management. That could happen with anything, including in futures. The problem and why prop firms are so powerful is that whole risk management component. So yeah, that had nothing to do with futures or options or anything like that. That had everything to do, per his own admission, with lack of risk management. No question, prop firm is the way to go 100%. Yeah, exactly. And that's what's so mind-boggling is the people that... most people would never like, my mind is blown. Like, I can't tell you how much respect I have for that person. Like, I can't believe they posted that. They didn't need to. There was nobody that knew. So for them to just throw that out there, man, like I said, that's going to be helpful, and that's going to help a lot of people. So my Thinkorswim chart matches up with the prop firm trading chart using TradeOvate. I can use all my chart signals like my buy on the money. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use Thinkorswim charts for your charts, you can do that. You don't have to use TradeOvate charts. What a difference of price action. Yeah, today's price. Oh, and then this is, okay. Here's the thing that, same lost 250Ks, one yesterday, one just now, reset and learn why you lost. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Chris. Yeah, if you set and keep a stop, how could a trader blow through? Yeah, okay, again, John, that's the point, John. That is the point. This is what people don't understand. They bake in these false presuppositions. Yes, if you have a stop, you're not going to have a day like that. Of course, if you follow your rules, you're not going to have a day like that. But what you're presupposing is that you are some sort of cyborg with zero emotions, that has zero character flaws, that is always going to perfectly respect every part of your trade plan. That's a really bad assumption. Because, I mean, unless you're going to, let me put it this way. If you are a beginner and you're showing up, and this is the assumption you're making, I'm going to respect my rules 100% of the time. I'm never going to have bad days. I'm never going to break rules. I'm never going to force a trade. I'm never going to revenge trade. I will be disciplined. You are lying to yourself. You are lying to yourself. I have never, ever met a flawless trader. I've never met a trader that's like, no, I always follow the rules. I've never made a mistake. Tilt, what's that? Revenge trading, what's that? FOMO, no, I'm always perfect. I always honor my stops. I always wait for the A+ setup. I've never met one of those traders. So because of that, John, that's the whole point of the prop firm. Yes, if you honor your stops and are flawless all the time, then okay, doesn't really matter. But no, we do have those bad days, and that's what a prop firm can help guard against. And that's what I'm illustrating. Had that person had a terrible day in the prop firm world, with my extreme example, they would have been out like $2,100. But their bad day, because they did break rules, was $53,000. So you got to always remember to just say, well, I'm going to use my own funds because that's the point of a stop loss. Well, yes, you're right, but you're also baking in the assumption that you're always going to respect that stop loss, which is just not reality. And it's that one day, that one trade, that one time where you don't respect your rules, where if you have any amount of trading experience, you know it can get really bad. Right, John, I realize that. But your point was, yeah, if you set and keep a stop, how could a trader blow through 53K in one day? I agree, John, but my point is, how can they do that? Well, they don't respect the stop. They don't do it. So you're baking in like, well, that would never be possible if you just set stops. Well, yes, in theory, but in theory is not the practical world of trading. And that's why prop firms are powerful, because they operate within the practical world of trading, not the theoretical rainbows and butterflies. And well, just honor your stops. Just put in a stop. Well, yeah, all that stuff is true, but like that doesn't mean that you're actually going to do it as a trader flawlessly and over your entire career. I learned my lesson. I keep a stop now. Yeah, John, but even now, I bet you still have bad days where maybe you adjust the stop, maybe you cancel it out, maybe you go on tilt, maybe revenge trade, maybe you force a trade. So I mean, you already admitted that you still make mistakes. So there you go. So, I mean, I'm assuming, John, your claim right now is I'm a perfect, flawless trader. I learned my lesson, so moving forward, I'm always perfect and flawless. Like, I don't think that's your claim, because that would be a crazy claim. In fact, I'm just going to go, that would be a lie. We all are constantly battling the voices. We all are constantly, we still all do dumb things. So, not Squibbles, he's a machine. Exactly. He is a cyborg sent back from, he's looking for John Connor. Yeah, I'm not sure, John, I'm not quite sure if you're following what I'm trying to get at. I do agree. If you set a stop and if you honor that stop, you will not have a day where you lose $53,000. I agree with that. I'm just pushing back on the stop, or on the point, well, to just assume that you're always going to do that is kind of a risky proposition, that you're always going to honor that stop, or you're always going to set the stop. And then all it takes is one crazy day like yesterday with that movement, and all of a sudden you're looking at $53,000 gone. Okay, John, final warning. I'm not going to ban you, but I'm putting you on mute. Please listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying if your claim was that you are a perfect trader, then that would be a lie. Then I said, but John, I'm pretty sure that's not your claim. Therefore, I was not calling you a liar, John. So listen to what I'm saying, please. Because what you're doing right now is you're arguing against mythological arguments that were never made in the first place. So, John, there's power. Less typing sometimes, John. More just listening, okay? More listening. I didn't call you a liar. Thank you, UIC Trading. I'm starting to wonder, like, am I just failing to explain what I think I'm explaining? But thank you. At least one person gets what I'm trying to get at. Thank you, UIC Trading. Who was that yesterday? Like, they're so busy wanting to argue and all that, and they're so busy just typing that they're not actually hearing what I'm saying. And then they start saying stuff that I had already, like, I didn't say. Anyways. John seems to be a Christian. So, John, hey, consider this, John. God gave you one mouth and two ears for a reason. I love that saying. I'll say it one more time for you, John. God gave you one mouth and two ears for a reason. But we are moving on. A lot of congestion here. I mean, holy smokes. Look at this. We have the 200 period simple moving average, the VWAP, the 50 period simple moving average at 21, all lined up right here. That's crazy. Oh, and then one thing. If you did get roasted here. So let me ask you this. Yesterday, what happened with this candle here? Not today, but yesterday. Meaning, did this candle here get way bigger, or did it snap back up? What happened yesterday morning? Does anybody remember what happened yesterday morning when it started to get red? Did it get way redder? Does anybody remember? Again, what happened yesterday? That when it started to get red yesterday morning, did things get way redder? Or does anybody remember? Raphael says it kept going. Zach says dumped to the floor. Squibble says fell off a cliff. Chance says got way redder. 45, it kept collapsing. Hoover, you're a mod. Are you listening? I said once it started to get red. Yes, it kept bleeding. Okay. Thank you. Yes, that's the point I was talking about. It just dumped. So what do you think? And maybe I'm going to describe some of you here. What do you think people were doing when they saw it get red, get more red, get more red? I think that there was a lot of people that were getting short and getting short and getting short. Which makes sense. Not only are they looking at a situation where it's getting red, but in the back of their mind, they're thinking, okay, repeat of what? Repeat of yesterday. And then what happened? The market's like, no. Ba-boom. And then what? All right, fine. I guess, wow, what a reverse. Came back down. I lost an account right here. So this is where I lost one. It started to come back down. I'm like, yeah, you ain't going to fool me. This is going to be a red day. You're coming back down. So I got short, I don't know, somewhere right around here. Because I was thinking about yesterday morning. And yeah, we're going to get, not that I thought we were going to lose 400 points, but yeah, we're coming down to this low. We're going to crack below it. Let's go. I think that's where I lost my 50K. I'm like, plus I only need to make like $800. So let's get a little bit more aggressive. I was feeling great. And then that move right there cooked that account. Gone. And then what happened? Now you have people thinking, oh, you acted like you want to get down or go down. You went back to the highs here, and then you broke up through. Now you have people what? They're feeling extra spicy from the bullish side. And what happened to them? Ba-boom. Cooked. And then up here, acted like I want to be strong again. Ba-boom. Cooked. And then people that were getting bearish all the way up. I mean, just brutal action. But if you're somebody in the morning that you're going short, getting short, building short, and you're like, here we go. Yeah, this was a cruel, savage move right there. Because, yes, it was looking so much like a repeat of yesterday morning during this candle right here. I mean, at that moment in time, it was like, here we go. And then, whoo, just nasty movement. So, yes, if you cooked some accounts, I also had that barbecue. Man. Well, hey, MJ, if you like this sort of action, more power to you. More power to you if you like that morning action that we had. Again, I made a little bit of money from it on the, I'm still very grateful that at least on my racehorse account, I'm profitable. I didn't cook it, any like that, but still, yeah. I was trying to catch a falling knife, which did not work. Yeah, both sides got cooked. Yeah, after the first minute, you need to allow some structure to build. Hey, Squibbles. Let's calm down, Squibbles. I know, but Clay, I haven't cooked my first account. I know. Hey, if the 10-second candle works for you, Squibbles, go for it. Watching this trend line here, thinking about maybe a short down through it. 1 day left until I can request a payout from a 300K account, and I have one racehorse ready to race in 1 day. Fantastic, and one racehorse. Good job, Relax. I like it. I like the racehorse model in full effect. Good stuff there. Ooh, or is this a breakout? Is it about to break out? I'm going to watch. I'm going to see if it wants to come back down. The levels leveled this morning pretty well. Just very small sizing with Jackson. Yeah. Well, there it is, breaking out. One of those red hammer candles on the 5 and on the open is what helped me pass the morning. Congrats. Yeah, good job. I did almost get popped, though. Yeah. A little bit of both, Zach. If the price is very slow and choppy, I won't even touch the pro account. So there are some days where I won't even trade my pro account. Now the past few days have been, I mean, it's been good movement. But then within that, it depends. Like if I really like the movement, then yeah, I'll get aggressive with it. But if it's like medium, then yeah, I do micros. So a mix of both. But I will also say, Zach, that if I deem the day like just too slow or too choppy, I will not even trade my pro account. Which maybe seems a little backwards to some. Wait, why would you not do it? I mean, that's the account where once you're making money, you're getting paid. And I understand all that. But that's also the mentality, in my opinion, and in my experience, that can throw you, then you start trading in an environment that maybe is not necessarily for your strategy. So I think maybe that would be my biggest thing, Zach, is just remember, you don't have to trade your pro every day. If you don't think the action's really that good, if you think it's just a total chop fest, and you're just kind of not quite sure, then just focus on passing a horse. Don't even just leave the pro account alone. And again, that's the whole nice thing about the racehorse model is you can still be making progress, right? Because even if sure you're not making money per se because you're not trading your pro account, you are still passing other accounts and getting them prepped and ready too. So you are still making progress towards the overall goal. Maybe not in that exact day making money, not necessarily in that goal, but remember, making money is only a sliver of the racehorse. We want to make sure that we're protecting ourselves against, future decisions such as, do I want to have to reset the pro account? Really, do you really want to pay $1,500? No, of course not. But if you're being proactive because you've passed other accounts, then you've made progress in that regard. So in that regard, you pretty much made money via Benjamin Franklin. Penny saved is a penny earned. Because if you can sit there and not have to worry about resetting a pro account because you already have an account sitting there in the stable ready to go, well, in some senses, you just made yourself basically $1,400 because if it's going to cost you $1,500 to reset the account, but you already have a pro account sitting there that you've passed that you only paid $100 for, well, you just saved yourself, $1,400. Penny saved, penny earned. So in that sense, the racehorse model is making you money via saving you money. So that's just my long way of saying you can still, quote unquote, make money without actually having to trade your pro account every single day. Does that make sense, Zach? And I guess really to everybody, about how you can still make money every day and just by prepping and getting new accounts ready for that pro account. That way you don't have to cross that bridge of, do I reset the pro? Might buy a pullback here, back test here, and see if we can get this thing to. I thought I hit buy bid. Did I miss it? Oh, there we go. All right, in. Trying to play this back test here. See if we can get a back test and go. Again, it broke out, came back down here trying to buy the back test of the breakout point. I seen Paul's speech was rescheduled to tomorrow morning. Oh, yeah. Can somebody confirm that? Okay, I am long right now. Long at the blue line. Seeing if this thing wants to try to head back up. So much congestion right here. I almost want to, I might add in some more actually. Just, I mean, look at all this. You have the tread line. You have all these congestion areas. Got my racehorse in 4 hours. Oh, got my race in 4 hours. Anyway. Yeah, stuff that will make you run fast. Squibbles. I'd go Wheaties. Isn't that the breakfast of champions? Eat your Wheaties. Killed another horse. All right, Kevin. Well, be careful. Don't be like me this morning. Don't go on account tilt. Again, I am long. Blue line is my entry. Hey, look, no blinking blue line today. Finally. Uh-oh, did you lose a horse today too, OG? OG, I'm saying this as a friend. Careful you're not getting cocky. I don't know if you are, but it sounds like there might... remember, we have to be confident as traders, but we don't want to be cocky as traders, and that's a very fine line. So be confident, OG. Hopefully that's just you being confident, but also just look yourself in the mirror, make sure that's not being, not being cocky. What is this? Yeah, a lot of dead horses today. Understandably so. That action this morning was pretty rough. Okay, added in some more. Still have 3. Still have 2. Come on. And I added some more on that dip. Like I said earlier, there was just so much congestion here that I was like, okay. I mean, could it really just drop straight down through there? It could, but it did not seem likely. And in my credit, it did not happen. What happened was what I thought had a reasonable chance of happening. Now it's just a question of, can this thing actually get pushed up through here? Come on. And hit that next target. Come on. There we go. Very good. See if we can get to this next point up there. And we're going to call it good. All right. So nice trade there. I don't remember. That was red, though. That was red. Does anybody remember what that number was before I took that trade? It was red something. So we're back to green there. Hey, good morning, Muhammad Masoom Official 2669. Again, why did I add? Fair question. As I was talking about earlier, we just had all this congestion. We had the trend line. We had the 50 period simple moving average. We had the 200 period simple moving average. We had the VWAP right there. We have the 21 EMA. We had this lower trend line right there. Again, none of that guarantees that there will be a bounce. But in my mind, it seemed valid. It seemed reasonably valid that there might be some sort of bounce. I was down 85. Okay, all right. Yes, in hindsight, I should have held those a little bit more, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's hindsight for you. All right, relax. Have a good one. If you didn't hit that like button yet, hit it on the way out. Relax, please, and thank you. And on that note, as a reminder, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. That helps out. It's a good data point. We've hit 200 likes the past couple of days in a row, so I'd like to keep that streak moving. So if you have not yet hit that like button, let's keep the numbers creeping up, and hopefully we can get up to 200 likes once again. But look at this trend line right here, actually. All right, I'm going to get rid of that one. But like this trend line is straight up juicy. Again, I put that in previously. That is essentially right where that one bounced. So man, is that still a short? Is that the line? But it's so spooky to be, yeah. To short anywhere here, again, it just goes back to the point that there's so much congestion right there. So we'll have to see. Still early in the day, may change. It appears to be setting up to be an inside day. Yeah, maybe. But again, I really don't care how the overall day is going to go. Now, if your strategy, like if you're trying to figure out what the day is going to be, because you plan on holding for, you're willing to hold for maybe a few hours at most, then yeah, you are actually going to care, well, what kind of overall day will this be? Because if I'm going to hold for the next 4 hours, I kind of need that sort of sense. But I'm not looking to do that. So I really don't care what the day is going to be or what, because I mean, for until the this session is done, that's still we're still like 7 hours. No, not 7 hours. We're still like 6 hours away. So I don't really care. I'm not trying to guess what things are going to look like multiple hours from now. I'm just trying to figure out what do I think is going to happen in the next 5-10 minutes. Is there a reason you trade? Well, I'm looking at multiple time frames, so I do not only use the 2-minute time frame. That is what we're looking at here, yes, but I am looking at other time frames. When I tilt my head and look that way, I'm looking at other times. Have you ever held for hours? No. Nope. That is not my wheelhouse. No, I mean, if I was in just an absolute bloodbath and it kept going down and down and down and down, then I could see myself holding that. But like that would just be a very rare situation. My cat just destroyed my Taco Bell cheese sauce. First off, why are you eating Taco Bell? That's question number one. So I'm kind of interested in trying to short right here on the trend line break, but it's just too scary. Too much congestion. Seems like now if it clears this area though, but we got to be careful over here because on the 5-minute, still up above the 50 period. So you got to be very careful. You don't want that to bounce right off that area. Maybe we get a back test and then go. Yeah. I'll do that. Give it a try here. So if this wants to come, because I can have such a tight stop. So if this wants to come here, and I'll put my stop right there. There we go. Okay. Looking for a back test and go. So we got the break. Will it come up here, hit me, and then roll over? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm going to try for. But if it does not come up in back test, well then, so be it, Billy. Doctor told him to do an intestinal cleanse. That would make sense. So I switched to the SPY, Clay. I don't know what that means. You're trading ES now? Is that what that means? You're trading the SPY. So you're done with futures, OG? Yeah, right. The ES. The ES. You're not trading the SPY. You're trading the ES. The SPY is an instrument that you could trade. So you're trading the S&P 500 through the ES, but you're not trading the SPY. Right. Okay. And you're trading MES through Trader or through Tradeovate, right? Through the prop firm. You're not trading it on Thinkorswim. You're trading it within the prop firm, right? Okay. All right. Good. Because if I was going to say, if you're actually using Thinkorswim for not only your charts but also to trade it, that also means you're using your own funds. And we all saw what happened, or what could happen when you're using your own funds. $53,000 of losses can happen. Yeah, I think I'll still try to go to short here. I mean, I guess it's kind of leaving me in its dust. Well, I guess in hindsight, I should have just not waited for it to backtest. I should have just hopped right in. But once again, that is hindsight for you. Hindsight always making us look like and feel like idiots. Got it, 40 bucks. Good job. Congrats. Little bit by little bit, they add up. It adds up. A pretty disappointing move. In all actuality, I mean, if anybody was here, I mean, because, you know, you had that area right there. So if anyone was here and if anyone, you know, bought that, I see what you're doing. I'm not going to call that a bad trade, crazy trade at all. But yeah, that was a nasty move. Broke out of a pretty key level and then just whoosh, rolled right back over. So, man. Well, we are now also down through, whoops. Whoa. We're also now down through the purple line there, that 50. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel my attempted trade out. I think this trend line has probably served its purpose too. Get rid of that. And we'll just start afresh. Yeah, that's probably a trend line that should be in place just as an overall kind of FYI. There we go. That's one of those where you got to think everybody and their brother's uncle has drawn that one. Because if you can see a trend line that you got to think like, pretend back to when you were like a newbie, just getting started, just working on your chart vision and all that. Like, what would be a trend line that you would have probably have drawn? And that is totally a trend line I would have drawn. So if that's the case, then probably safe to assume a lot of people have drawn that trend line. And when you know a lot of people are watching the same levels and wondering the same thing, you know, it can produce some dynamic error. Okay, all right, okay. Hey, good morning, Travis. ES is above the over opening range break high. Is the dog again today. Debating on meta and doing Forex good with futures, but okay, I mean, if you wanna if you wanna go watch paint dry, crazy Chris, go for it, man. What benefits does my Discord provide? Well, if you want my thoughts during that opening session, then yeah, you can get my thoughts and such during that opening session. I mean, I've posted lots of screenshot or not. So like this morning, right here. So here's an example. This morning I posted that hey, this is the trend line that I'm watching at the open right here. Okay, so that's what that trend line was at the open, and you know that was made at 9:25. So right there. So I mapped that out to people, and now what they want to do with that trend line is up to them. Oh, well, we're ready. Sorry, I can't. Okay, we gotta. But yeah, moral of the story there. If you go back and look what happened to that trend line, the price broke that trend line and had a huge flush. I think, if I remember right. Oh, yeah. Look. So that was that trend line that I had drawn. Price broke through it right there, and then ba-boom. So that was, and that I took that trade. That's what got my day off to a really nice start. Well, I mean, I'm not sure how that's relevant. Like, I don't know what that has to do with you being able to read them. Yeah, I can't take that short. I mean, look at this. That seems like, it does not seem like a total chase to short then, even now. Like, if anything, probably try a long down here at the overnight low. I mean, if you did short that, I mean, good on you, but I can't short that. That was crazy. Maybe that's your problem, Chris. Are you trading futures at like 3 a.m. in the morning? Like, what does it matter that they're open 23 hours a day? That was kind of, I guess I'm confused, Chris, on why you would bring up the fact that why you're doing 23.6 versus 24.7. Like, I'm not sure what relevance does that act. I mean, does that have? Man, what a. Woo! Again, savage move here. If anybody was here and you bought that breakout right there, I can see why you would do that. But if you got undisciplined, hopefully you're in a prop account because that thing is roasted. If you're using your own funds, that's rough. Oh, you swing trade? Oh, okay, well. You're one of those crazy people, huh? Well, yeah, Pam's plant is an argument for day traders. So if you want to swing trade, then yeah, I mean, Pam's plant will not allow you to swing trade because you may not hold anything between sessions. Might try a long here because I can get myself a nice tight stop. But need to change to bait. Well, there you go. See? Sounds like you may be blaming the wrong thing, and now you're just realizing the right thing. Instead of blaming futures, I think the problem is futures. Maybe I would be better with Forex. No, it sounds like, again, I'm giving you credit. Good job. But yes, it sounds like, yeah. Are you being a little too greedy in futures? Are you not taking those base hits? I'm going to try a long here. Trying to catch a knife. But with the knife catch, assuming this doesn't drop down any further. If it drops down further, then I'm going to have to cancel it out because that'll be too big of a risk profile. So if the price goes down below the crosshair. Okay, yep, got to cancel that out because now that'll be too big of a risk profile. OG, you think it's going lower, right? Please, OG, I don't want to go through this with you again. No, you know. So you're all in then. You're all in, OG. You're all in? Not yet. Waiting for... All right. We'll see what happens here. Entered at 63.97. Have my stop at 63.81. All right. I appreciate that, Ruined. I like to see the trade plans. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, OG. Do I need to ban you for lying to us? You said you know it's going lower, and all of a sudden it's popping up. Uh-oh. Do I need to get out the ban hammer? Thank you, Crazy Chris. Yes, base hits, base hits. Sounds like you've identified an issue. Maybe you're getting a little too greedy. Matrix. Come on, hey. Be nice. I don't know. Thinkorswim charts, they're still pretty decent, aren't they, to be fair? I know Thinkorswim as a platform has issues, but I think they're still decent. The only reason why I'm entertaining the whole idea of getting long is because the price is right now. It is putzing around this overnight low, which you can see the last time it was down around this area, it did ultimately hold strong. And now with the breakdown, having it come back up, I don't know. Is that... Gonna try a long here. Put a stop right there. So we'll see if this is some sort of bottom or not. You don't have to keep your mouth shut. Just don't be like, no, I know it's going lower. No, nobody knows that. That makes you look like a arrogant clown. So no, you are more than welcome. You don't have to keep your mouth shut. Just keep your mouth shut if you're thinking about talking like that. To say that it's going down and I know it's going down. Because we all know, no, you don't know it's going down. You're just trying to be a tough guy for who knows what reason. But yeah, no, I appreciate your, I don't know where this came from. All of a sudden, OG, you like, are you getting, that's what I mean earlier about, I think you're kind of cocky right now. Because I do not remember OG showing up saying it's going down. And I say, oh, you think it's going down? No, I know it's going down. Like, where did that come from? I think are you getting a little too big for your britches? Earlier, you're talking about I'm on a roll and all this sort of stuff. Now you're saying I know which way the price is going to go. That's what I mean, OG. I like it. That's why I'm trying to throw this out there. It seems to be you've crossed the line from confidence into just arrogance. And I'm telling you right now, that is not a good place to be. As somebody that has gotten a little too confident before. Has anybody else ever been there? Give me a 5 if you've crossed from confidence into cockiness, and then the market like just humbles you pretty severely. Okay, I'm in. And probably gonna get stopped out here because that was a brutal move. How did I? And I'm getting stopped. All right, I'm out. That seems like a gift. I can't believe I did not get stopped there. I don't even know how I didn't get stopped out. Yeah, that was a gift. I think the fact that it even bounced up. I don't even care if this thing does recover all the way back up. I don't know. I think that was the market giving me a little. Okay, yeah, I would have been stopped out anyways. So played that right because I would have been definitely stopped out. All right. I'm glad I'm not the only person where the market has humbled my cockiness. Can't be called the original gangster if you ain't cocky, says the Baptist boss. Jim around my parts is known as the Baptist boss. You don't want to cross him. Or else he'll send the Baptist mafia right after you and your kneecaps. In fact, Jim, you should change your name in here to the Baptist boss. Man, so John just flat out disappeared. Unbelievable. How about just the boss? I mean, okay. Okay. All right. To try to play the double bottom or to not try to play it. That's what this white line here is representing. That is the low of the day. So, anybody that's new to the platform, the price can never get below it can never get below that white line because that's the low of the day. So the white line will just get shoved lower. Liquidity sweep into prior demand zone. Okay, well, how are you going to make money from that? Krunlundberg. Okay, so how can you? So again, cool. That's what you think or whatever. So how will you make money? Can you give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target? Can you give us those 3 numbers before it happens? I'm not saying this is you, Krunlundberg, but what I have noticed and what we've noticed as a chat community is people that use that sort of terminology usually come from a certain reference point, and those people usually have a hard time mapping anything out ahead of time. I'm not saying this is you. I'm just saying that's what we've noticed. They're very good at like armchair quarterbacking, hindsight commenting, but as far as like giving practical numbers behind their trade plan, they kind of struggle. Again, I'm not saying that is you, Krunlundberg, but that's why I'm saying that's cool that you think a liquidity sweep in the prior demand zone, okay? But like how will you make money from that? So if you could give us your entry, your stop, and your target, those 3 numbers before the price gets to any of those numbers, that would be the chef's kiss. Okay, what a bounce. To trust the bounce or to not trust it? That is the question. To trust or not to trust? Jocko is just sitting on his hands. For some reason I want to go short, but then I look over at the 5 minute and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna short right here when we are in the process of potentially a very epic hammer candle forming. So I'll pass on that, even though maybe that would have been, and as of now could have been smart as it comes back down, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh yes, water. Thank you. Y'all mess with Webull. I keep seeing it, but I never. No, here if you use Webull, that means you're trading with your own money. Here, what I'm doing and what a lot of other people here are doing is we are trading with prop firms, which mean we have very, very, very little of our money actually at risk. Whereas Webull, if you trade with Webull, all your money that's in your account is at risk. But here we are trading, like I said, through a prop firm. And the cool thing with a prop firm, for example, is if you were to go and get 50K of purchasing power, it would cost you $102. So that means your ultimate risk is just $102. And back down it goes. So I guess I should have gotten short there, huh? Maybe try a short here now. If it bounces, then I want to see how high any sort of bounce is. And then that'll help me gauge where my stop loss should be. I think I'm going to try 190 long. All right. But yeah, and not to mention, I mean, you could do futures in Webull, but doing futures with your own money, I think is crazy. I mean, I think trading anything with your own funds in this day and age is pretty wild with the invention and all that of prop firms. All right, this is what I'll look to take short here if it comes down, and then I can have my stop right there. So I'm trying to anticipate it a little bit. Put out a couple buy orders down there just in case there's some crazy flush. I'm not counting on that happening, but you never know, just in case. I'm not even filled yet. Okay, I'm in. Okay, stop is in place. Let's see, can we get the breakdown here? Or is it going to bounce right off this trend line? Oh, what was that? What was that? Oh, you see that quick spike down, and it has spiked right above my order. You dirty rat. All right, got the breakdown. Now it's just a question of, are we going to get follow through, or is this going to snap back against me in hammer candle? But phase one is complete. Maybe I should have scalped it. You got to be kidding me. Come on. I guess I should have scalped it. What a... I use Webull. The great part is we can switch quickly between accounts. Wait, Simpleton Jeep, you're trading all this with your own funds? Wait, what? Simpleton Jeep, I'm pretty sure you trade futures. Are you telling me you're trading futures with your own cash? The chop is real today. It is. It is. Okay. You're using Webull with your own cash. That is such a just like Webull is not a good platform, really. If for future, I mean, okay. I know Simpleton Jeep has heard about Pam's plant plenty, so yeah, kind of confusing, but it is what it is. Hey, Twig, thanks. Very kind of you, Twig. Today is a sit on hands day, especially after the blown account today. Yeah, yep. Yeah, no shame there. Got out with $10. I missed my stop, just a couple ticks. I can swap to my Roth. So you're trading futures with your Roth. Am I understanding this right? You're trading futures with your Roth. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I personally, I'm going to take very minimal downside risk, well ahead of tax-free trades. Yeah, if I have to pay a little bit more in taxes to have fantastic downside risk protection, that's a trade-off worth it for me. Clay, you're just exaggerating. Yeah, I'm just exaggerating. Here was a member had courage yesterday, right here, using his own funds. Well, Clay, it's tax-free. Well, Clay, I get to keep 100% of my gains. Yeah. He couldn't take the loss. Had a bad day. Broke a rule. Boom. Down basically $54,000 of his own money. Okay? So, I mean, I get it. Oh, you're just exaggerating. It can't get that bad. It can't? It can't? Now, does that happen every day? Of course not. But all it takes is one. His account is gone. All his gains for the year are gone. Everything is gone with one trade. And if you're around yesterday and you saw that big drop, that should make sense on how something like that is possible. Because it dropped fast, and just like that. So, for the people, that's why I say if you're using your own funds in this day and age, you just don't understand math. You don't understand, yeah, it's just basic math. Which is why I always laugh when people come around and like they make fun of prop firm traders. You trade a prop firm? Yeah, loser. I trade my own funds. It's like, okay, tell me you don't understand math without telling me you don't understand math. Like the irony of that is so amazing when people brag about using their own funds. It's like, yes, I could use my own funds too. There are a ton of people in my community that are very well off that could use their own funds, but they're like, why would I ever risk my own funds if I don't have to? Trapped in a trade is real. Well, no, not being trapped in a trade is not real. Because trapped in a trade implies, well, I take that back. If you are in a small cap or a low float and the stock halts, okay, that is actually trapped. You are trapped by an exterior force, which is why those stocks are so terrible. Because you do have that very real threat of getting trapped by the external force. But other than that, you're not trapped by you are trapping yourself by being undisciplined. You refusing to cut the loss is what's causing you to be trapped. So no, you're not trapped. You are trapping yourself. Because in the real sense of the word trapped, it means there's some sort of external force that is trapping you. Like a halt. A stock halt is totally you being trapped by an external halt, by external force. This is just, yeah. So it's just choppy nonsense right now. So I suppose I would have, had I gotten undisciplined, not stopped out, it would have rolled back over and at least hit that first profit target. But that's it. Then it would have come back up. So that would have still been a losing trade. What a mess. What a mess today. Yes, I've been stuck in plenty of halts. That is the one thing where it's just such a crock of garbage. Because at the end of the day, risk control matters most. And when you are trapped in a halt, The thing that makes that the worst is you have lost your ability to manage risk because you have no idea where that thing's going to open up, which is such a scary place to be. Like, what is this? Going long from 23,190. Okay, and then where's your stop at? All right, have a good one, Zach. Thanks for feeding hungry kids today and using code Clay. Appreciate it. Again, if you want to feed hungry children, code Clay. Get the deal. Feed some hungry kids. Win-win for everybody. My friend was stuck in a halt for... Okay, well, that's more like a... I mean, that is a halt, I guess, but that's almost like a suspension. That's the word I was looking for. Like, that sounds more like they suspended the stock. I was about to make the joke, okay, well, this big move up, we're probably going to come all the way back down, given the nature of today and how choppy everything is. And, yeah, now it's starting to come back down. All right, well, I'll get rid of that line. This is just a clown fiesta right now, price action-wise. For those of you that are good at, that love this sort of action and love channels, great job. I mean, I'm sure you're Lamborghini shopping right now. I'm zoomed out a little, and there is a downwards channel. Well, I mean, yeah, overall, there's a downwards channel over the past couple hours. I do agree with that, but like within the downwards channel right now, very choppy. Like how to maneuver within the downwards channel is kind of the tricky part right now. I love how profit target is missed by a couple ticks. I know. All right. Hey, I love it. Ruthless. Long at 170. Okay. All right. So I love it though. Notice how he's giving us his trade plan ahead of time. All three numbers ahead of time. That's good stuff there. I got chopped. I got chopped up this morning too. All right. I might take this short here if it is some sort of... Yep, I am going to get short here if it wants to come back down. Like I said, if this is some sort of choppy channel where it's going to maybe revisit these lows here, well then. But as of now, it's trying to come back up. What's the symbol? I'm trading MNQ right now. I'm trading futures, and MNQ is the symbol for it. Stop loss to 196. All right, trading markets. Break even. Good job. Trading markets is in the sweet spot of trading. Sitting on buy order at 195. Stop loss 188. Ooh, all right. So some people are looking to get... And I'm still wondering if this is just a... Yeah, I'm going to try to get short here. Trying to play what is maybe a top of a channel here. If it starts to make a new high through the channel, though, I'll be out. Well, if I can even get filled. Okay, I'm in. Put out a couple orders here. See if it can get rejected. So I'm short. Again, thinking, I don't know, is this some sort of top of the channel? If it's not, well then, all right, there's one out. That's good. Still could be a losing trade. It'll just be less of a losing trade because I was at least able to put some profit in my pocket and then reduce position size. But still could be a losing trade. So we'll see if this thing wants to roll back over. Do you keep an eye on equities, movements, intraday? No, I don't watch equities. I do the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. If people can handle looking at 800 different things right now to help them make a decision, great. To me, that overwhelms me. It's way too complicated. I'm not that smart. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying for me and my very simpleton mind, no pun intended, my simpleton mind, I just try to keep it as straightforward as possible. All right, still waiting to see if this thing does want to roll back over some. Feels good to at least gotten some gains out, so you know that the risk is still there. Could be a red trade, but it'll be a less of a trade. David's with me. All right, yeah, just trying to see. Nothing fancy. It's been rejected from this area before. Let's see if it wants to get rejected again. Rising yields, only thing I don't like. Oh, I mean, I can't say that bond yields factor into my trading decisions at all. If they do for you, cool. But yeah, I don't know what bond yields are doing right now. I have zero interest. Oh, are you? All right, I'm moving it down. Come on, I'm going for a few more points now. There we go. Thank you. All right, let's make sure this is a winning trade now. Get my stop loss in winning territory. So now I'm in the sweet spot of trading, meaning my only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? Because I don't know the future, therefore I don't know how far down this can go. Therefore, I don't know how much money I can make. What a great spot to be in. If you've never been in the sweet spot of trading, I encourage you to get there. It is a great spot to be. Again, as this moves down, I'll just move my stop down. So my only unknown right now is how much money am I going to make? What a great feeling. Because I have no idea. Is this thing really going to roll back over? All right, and stopped out. There we go. Okay, well, I was positioned. I managed that well. And like I said, I had myself positioned where if that thing did decide to let loose, hey, I was ready to start the bank. Yeah, it is. Exactly, OG. The sweet spot of trading is like the happy place. It's a very happy place. Did anybody take that with me? Was anybody short there? Give me a 2 if you were short there. Or maybe give me a 2 if you're still short. Maybe I should still be short and just have my stop where it was up here. Maybe I didn't give that self enough wiggle room. But in today's choppy environment, I wanted to make sure that it didn't all of a sudden chop against me and then turn that into a losing trade. I'm thinking about another short here. So what I would like to see, though, is this. I want to see the price come up to this area. In fact, let me get this out of here so we can make this visual for myself, too. Maybe I'm putting on too many requirements. Hindsight will be the judge. But I want to see the price come up to that yellow line, and then I will try to capture the short if it wants to come back down. But step one is it's got to hit that yellow line. So that is step one for me. If you disagree, like, Clay, you should just be getting short now. Okay, fine. Go for it. Get short. Like I said, if this drops, I'm going to be sitting here saying, man, why did I want to first see it hit that yellow line? That was a dumb clarification. But that's why trading's hard, right? Because we don't have hindsight in our favor yet. What is the right move? Should I be waiting for this and then wait for it to come back down? Or should I just be getting in right now because it's about to fall? Is this a dumb requirement on my part? Hindsight will be our judge, but this is why trading is hard because, yeah, when you don't know what's coming next, this is part of it. And right now, looking like hindsight is now going to turn my requirement into being, well, that was stupid. We'll see, though. Man, what, only 2 people are short on that? Okay. Are a bunch of people long? Give me a 1 if you're long right now. How can only 2 of people have been short? Are a bunch of people, does that mean a bunch of people are long right now? Yeah, I heard that's the holy grail. OG is an 8-ball. Oh, OG is long. Jocko is long. Disciplined Futures Trader is long. Okay. Oh, okay. Quite a few people are long right now. Okay. 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 Travis has an 8-ball. That means Travis is a billionaire because that is the holy grail. He doesn't lose. Again, still interested if it wants to come up, hit this yellow line, and then start to come back down. Still think it comes down to 170 before going long. Okay. I mean, that would be great. If it goes down there first, if I get short, that'll give me plenty of wiggle room. But like I said, I have my requirement, and I'm sticking with it. If it means I miss a trade, so be it. But it could also help me avoid a losing trade. So that's the thing. Clay, why do you even have this requirement? Because there is the flip side where, yes, it could cause me to miss a losing or miss a winning trade. But it could also help me to avoid a losing trade. So it always goes back and forth. You know, there's always give and take. There's always trade-offs. So I suppose some of you are maybe, you're looking at this bull pennant, I guess. I don't know. I would be nervous to be long, but hey, I could totally be wrong for wanting to be long. So yeah, maybe they're watching that bull pennant there, and they're thinking this thing's going to try to break to the upside. Hey, Sam. Hey, friendly reminder, if you are enjoying, hit that like button. Let's try to get this thing up to 100 likes. That'd be fantastic. No buyers down here. We sinking. Well, there's buyers right now. I mean, the proof of the buyers is that trend line. Now, do these buyers continue to stay here? We'll see. But, I mean, there's buyers right now at least. But, yeah, the trend line buyers, they gone. They are officially gone. All right, for all of you that were long, friendly reminder to be disciplined, honor those stops. So you were short, Chuck? Is that what you're telling us? Chuck Boris Norris? What a great name that is. Chuck Boris Norris. Unbelievably good name. Wow. Okay. Well, hindsight has proven that my little requirement has proven to be stupid. I should have just gotten short instead of throwing out that little requirement before I got short. Hey, good job, Joe. Congrats. Gotta love those 15 points. That's good stuff. Well, okay, Chuck Boris Norris. It sounds like this was almost an obvious setup. So next one, Chuck Boris Norris. I don't recognize the name, so I think you're new around here. So next one, what we like to do around here is call things out ahead of time. So next time for your next trade, give us your entry point, your stop, and your target. Give us those 3 numbers before the price gets to any of those numbers. But yeah, congrats on this trade. Looks like you nailed it. Next one, though, brother, let's call it out ahead of time. And then we can really high-five you and say, great job. Man, stupid requirement. All right, somebody's getting long at 170. I don't remember who that was. Who was getting long at one? I remember seeing a trade plan. The person was getting long at 170. I can't say I remember who that was, though. Me, I am long at 170. Okay, and where's your stop at? Same to you, Slim Beat. You gave us your entry point. Where's your stop at? Might try a long here because I can have such a tight stop. Yeah, I'm going to get long at the green line. If it wants to pop back up. Okay, I'm in. Out there for a little scalpy scalp. Taking that little scalpy scalp. Scoop, scoop, scoopy, scoop. As always, my lawyer, Saul Goodman, says I need to give a disclaimer. If you make those sort of trades and then you say scalpy scalp normally, you'll probably become addicted. If you say it like this, though, scalpy scalp, you will become addicted, and then you will find yourself chasing your kids around the house, chasing your wife around the house, chasing your husband around your house. Husbands and wives, as you chase them around the house so you can touch them in inappropriate areas. But while you do that, you'll be going, scalpy scalp, scalpy scalp. So I just have to give that disclaimer, okay? It's really fun to say that word, and if you say it in any sort of tone like I am, you'll be addicted. What's up with this little scammer? What's going on here? Don't miss out on my course. 50% off link in the description. What is going on with that? That's funny. Well, see you later. Who took the time to do that? Like I said, just be aware. Scalpy scalp in and of itself is a fun word to say. But if you say it like I do, if you're a man, your wife better be on the lookout. If you're a woman, your husband better be on the lookout. Because you're going to be chasing after them and their private parts going scalpy scalp, scalpy scalp, okay? Again, like I said, my lawyer Saul Goodman says I have to give that disclaimer. Oh, that's not freaky. What? Do we need to take a poll? Is chasing your husband or chasing your wife around the house in hot pursuit of the goods? Is that freaky? Isn't that just okay? I don't know. I don't see anything freaky about that. Especially, there's absolutely nothing freaky. There's nothing weird. There's nothing odd. If while you're doing that, you're going scalpy scalp, scalpy scalp. I see nothing weird about that at all. I don't see anything freaky. I don't know what you're talking about. To me, that seems like completely normal behavior. Thank you, Chaz. Thank you. How about, okay, no, Anthony, I choose my words very wisely and closely. I didn't say chasing random strangers. I said your husband or your wife. Whoa, okay, all right. What's going on here? What a rejection. I'm either getting suckered in here or this might be a nice little scalp. Let's see. If it wants to come back down here and can continue on, I'm going to get short right there. I might be getting suckered in, though. We'll see. Nope. If this wants to come up and then come back down again, I'll adjust my order up here. But this thing first needs to come up and then come. No, it needs to go up more than that. Nope, got to go up. There we go. There. All right, I'll take it now. I will take it here. Sell. Come on. Come on down. Red line is my area where I'm trying to get short. All right. Doesn't seem to necessarily be wanting to budge yet. Okay, getting close. Again, trying to get short at the red line if it wants to come down and hit me. Come on. Okay, I'm in. Let's see if we can get some more rollover here. Hopefully it didn't sucker me in. But this looks like a nice setup right now for a short. At this exact moment in time, looking good. Does it stay good? Well, hindsight will be our judge. Scalpy, scalp, scalpy, scalp, scalpy, scalp. There we go. About the same stock. Okay, yeah. Hindsight will be my judge on if I should have done a scalpy scalp or not. So as I always say, because it's truth, my ego wants to see this bounce up so that I don't look stupid for doing a scalpy scalp. That's what my ego wants. Please bounce up so I don't look stupid. So I look really smart for doing a scalpy scalp. Because if this thing comes down, yes, I will look stupid for having chosen a scalpy scalp. But that's trading, right? Sometimes you pick the wrong management strategy. But right now I'm looking pretty smart to have chosen the scalpy scalp management strategy, but that's not always going to be the case. At my age, I think they call it dirty old man syndrome. It's not dirt. If it's your wife, Travis, it's not dirty. Again, if it's some random woman and you're chasing after her going, scalpy scalp, that would be dirty. That would be no bueno. Yeah, I got to keep that line. I think I'll get rid of for now. I think that one's served its purpose. I don't know. Like, again, we're just kind of, is this just going to be a choppy channel? So I'm no longer interested in short here because I think it seems like a coin flip to me that this could just be like the current sideways channel we're in. I don't know, but I'm not here to take a coin flip trade because a coin flip trade means you have zero edge, right? 50-50 is not an edge. And as traders, we need to be taking trades with edges. Again, we can never give ourselves a guarantee. But right now, this, in my opinion at least, maybe you see something different that makes you think otherwise, but this seems like too much of a coin flip that this could just be the bottom of a channel and it bounces from here, or I don't know, is this thing about to break to the lows here? I don't know. But that is certainly the channel and the sideways kind of chop we've been in. So I'm just not going to risk any more short right now because this seems to be, like I said, equal on both sides. Could flush through, but I could also see it equally as much bounce up. Therefore, coin flip. Therefore, I have no edge. Therefore, notice I'm not in the trade. I'm watching. Oh, Kyle, let's calm down with those dad jokes. Clay was very explicit in saying it'd be your couple, not... Yes, exactly, Caesar. People are not listening. I agree. If you're running after a stranger going, scalpy scalp, that's no good. That will land you in jail. And there is the bounce. I suppose I could have gotten long there and then had a tight stop. But like I said, I had no idea. Seemed too much like a coin flip. So I'm not here to take... The name is Clay Trader, not Coin Flip Trader. That's actually not a bad name. If I ever wanted to go after the degenerate segment of the market, I could start a channel, Coin Flip Trader, and then just like be a total degenerate. It's not a bad idea. Coin Flip Trader. Ooh, boy. Is this a short now as it rejects? Oh. I don't know. We're still at the bottom. Or is this going to be one of these nasty moves that suckers people in? I got to just sit on my hands. But if you're getting short here, I can see it. Oh, we have a box set up, I see. Something like that. What are the Darvis boxes? What is that one guy from like the 1930s? I read his book way back when. Vargas boxes or Darvis boxes? No, man, this is futures. Run far and fast away. In the category of day trading. I repeat, do not day trade options. You are the epitome of working harder, not smarter. Mathematically provable. Again, do not day, and this comes from somebody that has day traded options for a very long time. What a poor decision on my part. Yes, thank you, Yes, that sounds right. Darvis boxes, yes. Did you set auto stop limit? No. I'm not in the trade right now, Muhammad, so I don't have anything going on. Still holding your long. You didn't get stopped out yet. How wide is your stop? How many points was your stop, OG? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong per se, but I mean that was a pretty I mean, that was like a 30-point drop from where you were. How much of a stop are you giving these things? Hey, let's not be a troll, chat. Why are we stopping at 98 likes? Why? It's like you guys conspired against me. We're like, okay, let's bring it up oh so close to 100, but then just stop at 98. This is the 2-minute time frame. You can see the time frame over here, right here, 2 minute. I also use other time frames though, so keep that in mind. I have other monitors. Wow, you're really trolling. It likes budged by a total of 1. Now we're at 99 likes. Okay. There we go. Okay, see what I mean about how tricky these... Like I said, I could see this suckering people in. It almost suckered me in. And then to do that is such a dirty rat move. I have 3 monitors. Although I only use really 2 for trading. This one over here is like business, email, web surfing, looking at pictures of myself. That's what I do on that one. And then this one is where I look at the chat box. And then over here I have my other time frames. I mean, I execute my trades on the 2 minute, but I'm using multiple time frames to arrive at my decision. Yeah, I used to have 4. What kind of pictures of yourself? Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Clay, you're one of the best hosts I ever came across. I mean, thank you. But I have a sneaky suspicion some people would highly disagree that I'm one of the best hosts. But I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. What do you... Listen, hey, Cole, chill out. If you were as good looking as I am, you would be looking at pictures of yourself also. Nothing for, I mean, listen, if you looked like a Greek god, like I do, you would spend a lot, you would have an entire monitor with pictures of yourself that you would just stare at. Don't act like it. How many years have you been trading? I don't know. 17, something like that. I just say I don't know because I started off as an investor. So at what point, what year, what was the day where I actually went from investor to trader? I don't know. But yeah, a while. I'm kind of old. I mean, the YouTube channel in and of itself, I started in 2013. So like the YouTube, and like I said, I was trading well before the YouTube channel. But even the YouTube channel now, time flies. It's like what, 13 years old? Crazy. All right, we are now approaching the top part of the box of the sideways channel. So is this another short? Maybe. I'm thinking about it. For those of you that were here back during this part, I did take that short. I don't even, was that once or twice I got short here? I don't know. But a couple profitable trades there. So do I want to get short again if the price comes back up to that area? That's the question right now. That's what I'm trying to think through. What is wild? So again, Matrio and everybody else, a quick tip from a live streamer to the audience. If you want to be an asset, if you want to just make the live streamer's life easier, avoid broad terms. Because I understand you heard me say something, so you're replying to that. But remember, there's a delay. So what you're now hearing me say, I actually said like 3 to 5 seconds ago. Meaning, if you just say that, yes, they, it, I'm not quite sure what those terms are in reference to. So try to be as specific as possible. That years fly like that. Yes, I agree. It is wild how fast time goes. I found you on Investors Hub when I was trading penny stock pots. Oh, yeah. The penny stock pot boom was pretty crazy. But yeah, so if you found me back in 2012, you were old and cranky like I am, 4,500 bond. You were probably currently yelling at kids to get off your lawn. Okay, take profit. No, Benny, come on, man. I told you this yesterday, brother. The nice thing about Take Profit Trader is once you pass the test, that goes away. That's why I always encourage people, get the test passed within 1 month. And then that will literally be your all-in risk. Now, if you want to take 3 months to pass it, that's fine. But now you'll have to have paid that 3 times. But if you can pass that test within a month, then like I said, that is why I encourage that, because that monthly fee goes away and then you can keep your risk very minimal. Yep, I actually made money, but you taught me it was luck. Well, I'm glad that you were open-minded enough to realize it was luck, because most people never realize that during those like booms. And then they learn the hard way. Also, is the pro account real? Yes, the pro account, you can get paid money, yes. And the money is real. If you use code CLAY, no activation fee. Good question, Cole. But yeah, part of using code CLAY is not only the 40% off, but no activation fee. I did not trade. Well, I maybe made some trades in GME, but like the thing with me and others is like you're not going to make a lot of money on GME because you're like, there's no way this thing keeps going up. Because 99.9% of the time, things like that don't happen. But if you're brand new and you have no baseline and you have no standards, hey, it's easy to make money. It's easy to hold through the big pullbacks. It's easy to do this, that, and that because, well, you just don't know. But like now, so for example, people that have been through GME and AMC and maybe got roasted, they are not going to bank on the next AMC or GME because in their minds, they now know, I got to manage risk in this situation or else I'm going to end up giving everything back. So they're not going to chase the price. They're not going to hold and hope because they now have a baseline. So yeah, I made some trades on GME, but did I like crush it? No, because it was so insane. Like that's why it's a historic stock now, because the insanity of it was so not the norm. But the key to trading is you want to make your decisions on what is the norm. If you're going to make your decisions on what maybe happens, 0.5% of the time, then yeah, you're not going to really have a good strategy. So yes, that is the curse. Once you get experience, it's very hard to make great money from those sorts of movements because like you're like, there's no way this keeps going up. Oh, it went. There's no way it's going to keep going up. There's no way I'm buying here. This would be like chasing upon chasing upon chasing. Oh, wow, it went up even more. Okay, well, I'm definitely not doing that because that would be pure insanity. Oh, wow, it went up even more. It was just, that's just not normal. All right, maybe a short here, maybe a short here, maybe a short here. On the trend line break, we'll see. See if it wants to get followed through, or is this just gonna come back up? All right, at this point, this is what I want to see it do. Want to see it come back up, and then if it comes down, I'll take it. But I'm too 50-50 on this moment in time. But if the price wants to come back up and then come back down to me, I'll take it in that situation. All right, see, good, good, good. Again, I want to see it come up some more. No, come up some more, come up some more. Is your code this? Yes. Yes, yep. The exact same code, the exact same promotion, exact same benefits. Thank you for asking, Cole, and not just using that one. I'm going to delete that out just because, yeah. I'd like to just keep it code CLAY in here. But thank you for asking. Yes, code CLAY is 100% the exact same deal. No, don't apologize. Like I said, I appreciate you just asking. We've had a couple people, which I understand, they go and use another code. They're like, oh, I didn't realize it was the same thing. I'm like, yeah, it is. That's my one complaint. Some of these prop firms are like, they don't really, and I get it. From their business standpoint, they don't want people to use other codes because then they make less. But it's like, well, come on, throw us a bone a little bit. Okay, all right. We're going to get short here. Stop will be right here. See if we can get some follow through because it's broken through the trend line, but I want a little bit more confirmation that it wants to actually get some follow through. So again, I'm looking to get short at the red line. Thanks, Cole. Appreciate it. You're feeding hungry kids. If you use code CLAY, you feed hungry kids. Am I? Oh, all right, I'm in. Come on, let's see if I can hit my first target. Uh-oh. Oh, don't. No, let's not do this game again. This is what I get for abandoning the scalpy scalp. I think my past 2 trades have been scalpy scalps, have been nice anticlimactic winners. But now all of a sudden I'm trying in this choppy market. Why am I looking for these bigger gains? I don't know. Why am I not doing scalpy scalps? I don't know. But I deserve this loss. This should be a loss. Just to slap me across the face, say, hey, moron, what are you doing? I mean, it's overall, it's a fine setup, but just the environment right now is just so choppy. Like, I cannot play the victim card of if I get chopped out of this move, where it starts going in my favor and then snaps right back against me. I can't play the, oh, woe is me. No. You already knew this, and yet you're still not doing scalpy scalps. Well, that's the thing is, I was doing scalpy scalps, and it was working. And then this moment here, I don't do a scalpy scalp, and now I'm about to get a losing trade now. Need to chase for family members. See, I deserve that. 100% deserve that. Idiot. Isn't the human mind a bizarre place? Like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I was on a win streak with the scalpy scalps, and then all of a sudden, I could have had another win with the scalpy scalp. But I chose, no, I'm not going to scalpy scalp. And then it snaps against me. Is it the human mind? It's so weird. I was not the victim there at all. I deserve that 100%. It's not now. You kind of start to get a little irritated, and it's justifiably interested. If let's just say these breakdowns that I took were just working, and then they were working, and then they were working. It's like, man, today is a great breakdown day. Things break down and they go, and it's working, and then you get one of those. You're like, oh, come on. Okay, I finally decided to play a breakdown, and then you decide to do that. It's like, okay, that's a little bit more of an irritating, frustrating situation. But here is not the case. Like, there has been one failed breakdown after another. In fact, which was it? Somewhere around here, I had that exact same trade. I started to get the breakdown, and then it snapped back. So I can't play that victim card. I can't be like, well, I didn't know. No, it's crazy. It's difficult, no clear trend. No, but you're right. There is no clear trend, but we do know enough where it probably needs to be more of a scalpy type environment. Not, looking for these big methodical movements, especially right now. Just one of these it'll eventually open up, but like trying to time that, it's like just take the little scalpy scalp. Okay, could try to pass my 100K today, lacking 105. Think I'd rather not push my luck. Yeah, Jocko, I think in this action, I'd agree with that. Trying to push it, even if it's just 105, yeah, things like that can start to get a bit sketchy. Glad, you told me your name last. Gladys was her name. Gladys, you were seconds ahead of me on the same thought of chasing his wife as opposed to hydration, water break, scalpy scalp. No. Has to be much harder trade. Yeah, it is. This is not the easiest thing. But again, that was just that is just a perfect example of the human mind. Just I don't even know. Like, why did I not scalpy scalp that? It had been working. It was working again, and then all of us like, no, let's just do what really hasn't been working. OG is back in the green on his long. All right, congrats. So again, to get long up here, I think is a very risky thing. If anything, maybe a short, but I don't know. I'm still kind of just irritated myself, so I'm not going to put myself in the penalty box, but I'm going to just hold off for right now. All right. Congrats, OG. Got himself to the sweet spot. Fantastic. That's true, yeah. I should probably draw the box back in that we had been watching. Yeah, there it is. Hey, OG, let's assume this, because it's truth. Let's assume one of my daughters or any of my kids are standing next to me and reading the chat, because that is a very real threat. Like, I have 6 kids. At any moment, one of them could run in, and a lot of them can now read. So please just conduct yourself and comment in the way as if one of my young children are sitting here watching. I realize they're not right now, but my point is, at any moment, it's a very real threat. Especially, I can assure you, when you have 6 kids, that one could just run up and start reading the chat. So if you could just keep your language with just thinking that that's always a potential, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I could see people getting short here. I mean, it's at the top of this box, and history has shown that it likes to roll right back over. But right now it's just like, I don't know. But we for the how long? Yeah, over and basically going on almost an hour now. No, pretty much an hour. Yeah, just chop, 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 chop. Again, channel traders are absolutely banking. They are loving this action. Now, careful playing the break to the upside of this box. Reason number 1, on the 2-minute, we have that 50 period right there. And then over here on the 5-minute, we have the 21 EMA. Again, not saying that those will for sure act as resistance, but in my mind, it's plausible to think that they could act as resistance. So with that being said, I don't know if I'd want to be buying the breakout here when a little bit overhead, it could get smacked right back down. No, you're fine. You're okay, OG. I appreciate, but yeah, we're all good. We're good. I've been shorting the top and buying the bottom of this range for a while. Yeah. Nice job. I made a couple on the short side up here, but for some reason I start to behave like a donkey on the short side when it gets to the bottom. Okay, you like a short under 2. Oh. Okay, again, Chuck, you have to give us the full trade plan. So what would your entry point be? What would your stop loss be? And what would your target be, Chuck? Give us those 3 numbers ahead of time. Hey, Thomas, long time. Thomas from Germany. Do you work? For myself, yes. I'm a full-time income stream creator. That's what I like to call myself, because I believe that is what everybody's goal should be. Not I want to be a full-time trader, not I want to be a full-time anything. Be a full-time income stream creator. And that is because every wealthy person that I've ever studied, the one thing that they all have in common, they have multiple streams of income. So I do work, yes. I work for myself, and I work for myself as an income stream creator. Like I said, I think that's the ticket to financial success. So I encourage all of you to be create multiple streams of income. Wow, and it just rolls right back over. Let's see. Well, I tried a short there. I was too slow. Do I get long here at the bottom of the box? Or is this going to be the time where it flushes and I look like a total fool? Thanks, Cole. I can't say I recognize the name per se, but so I think you're new. But yeah, hey, thanks for swinging by, and yeah, hopefully you decide to stick around. Sorry if you've been here before and I'm not recognizing you, but all right. Actually, I need to map out the bottom of this whole thing too at this point, so we just see the sideways channel. There we go. That doesn't seem like it's a level line. Let's try that again. I don't know if that was... There we go. All right. Maybe try a bounce off here. So I want to see it hit that yellow line and then... Uh-oh. All right, that's why I wanted to wait for confirmation. Oh, finally broke to the downside. Okay. Oh, cool. Good timing on your part then to show up right when I was doing the scalpy scalp stuff. And yet you did not run away screaming. So you must have a sense of humor. Just clocked in 26 points. Good job. Congrats. Well, I am glad I decided to wait for confirmation. So that's one of those examples, because earlier, remember, I missed the short-sided trade because I was waiting for confirmation. I wanted a little bit more confirmation, and then I missed the trade. Well, think about it here. To be fair, on this situation, by waiting for confirmation, it just helped me completely miss a losing trade. Chuck, what are you doing? How come you're not communicating anything up front? This is not fun, Chuck, when you're not telling us stuff up front. It's way funner if we know your trade plan ahead of time and then we can see things play out. Too much hindsight. Like, we can't confirm anything, Chuck. That's why I keep asking, hey, man, give us your trade plan ahead of time so we can all cheer you on. It's always worrisome to me when people are not willing to give a trade plan ahead of time. Like, what do you, there's nothing to be scared of. Even if your trade plan's wrong. Hey, we're all wrong from time to time as traders. I could have passed with that drop. Well, yeah, you could have also bought Bitcoin 20 years ago for $1 of coin. If you want to drive yourself insane as a trader and feel like you can never do anything right as a trader, play the could game. Use hindsight and then play the could game. You will feel like a failure 99.5% of the time. Because maybe 0.5% of the time you'll actually play something perfectly in hindsight. Was there something at 1 o'clock? Is that why? I should check the news. Let me check the news. I gotta check that. Do we have? Oh, there was something at 1. The bond auction. Okay. So this all is making sense here with the bond auction. Okay. Nothing more until 4:30. Okay. All right. So no more news now. That was the actual last news. Was at 1 o'clock. There was a bond auction. Yeah, it was bonds. Yep. Okay, short. And I'm short at the blue line. Okay, there we go. Scalpy scalp. I'm sticking with it. I don't even care if this thing flushes. If you were not here for my last trade, I was sitting here like, why did I had the green. It was a scalpy scalp, and I stuck with it. I don't even care. If this thing goes down more, that's fine. It's, as far as I'm concerned, this is still a very snappy market. So I'm not trusting, yeah, fine. We finally got a little bit of continuation, but I'm not putting a whole lot of trust in it. And right now, as it bounces back up, I'm feeling very good about that decision. So there we go. That was the right move. I played that right. Scalpy, and it all went well. Any idea what could happen at Jackson Hole tomorrow? Nope. But as a trader, that's the nice thing about being, a day trader. Is it doesn't really matter. I mean, we're looking at the 2-minute time frame. Maybe you're looking at the 1-minute time frame. Maybe you're looking at the 5-minute time frame. If you're looking at those time frames, then you really don't care what is going to happen an hour from then, let alone like tomorrow. Now, if you're a swing trader, I could see those questions having more relevance. But like in my situation, and in probably your situation, if you're using these smaller time frames, yeah, you really, no, actually, don't really even, like, does it really matter right now where the price is going to be at even 30 minutes from now? I'm not really. Like, I'm just trying to figure out where do I think the price is going to be in the next 5 minutes. I mean, from a scalpy scalp standpoint, like, I'm only concerned where do I think the price is going to be like 15 seconds from now. Yeah, exactly, OG. And I'm with OG. OG says, I just want to hold something for a downtrend or an uptrend for a bit. and it is not happening. Yeah, exactly. I would love to. I don't really prefer to scalpy scalp. I mean, I'd love to be able to hold and you get the nice movements, you get yourself in the sweet spot, and then I like, those are the best. But like today, at least for me, has not been one of those days. Ooh. Okay, all right, let me cook here. Yeah. Sell, stop right over here. What is that? Man, that's still 9 points? Okay. I'm not going to scalpy scalp. We'll see if I regret that or not. But with my tight little stop here, I'm going to give this thing a chance. Now, I'm not looking for some massive move to the downside. Now, if the price goes up above that green line, I will cancel this out because my risk profile will have changed too much. Okay, yep, cancel it out. Never mind. Never mind on that trade. Again, that's a benefit of just waiting for confirmation, right? Had I just hopped in short, it would not be pleasant right now. I'm hugging a tree today. Well, I hope it's not storming. If it is storming and there's lightning, stop hugging the tree. Do not be a tree hugger. Is this thing going to V-shape back up now? That would not be surprising at all. I mean, I don't think, honestly, would any of us be surprised if it comes down here and then V-shapes and goes right back up? I hope nobody would be surprised on a day like this. So now I can see the shorts. So I will say, hey, I got short, I scalpy scalped, and wow, the scalpy scalp was the right move. How shocking is that? I'm saying that very sarcastically. Because I would be, I think, on a 4 or 5 win streak, winning streak, but I decided over here to just all of a sudden not do a scalpy scalp because I got that move down, and then surprise, it snapped up. So again, had I not done the scalpy scalps, would have. So yes, today, for me at least, is the day of scalps. I copied your hooch scalp and banged. Nice job, Telnuts. Good job. How many points are you going for on that? Friendly reminder, if you're enjoying, please hit that like button. If we could get this up to 200 likes today, that would be great. It looks like we got a chance. So yeah, if you still have a like available and you have not used it. Okay, well, I'm only going for 4 points on my hooch scalp. But hey, you're going for 7, congrats. If you can get 7 points, obviously that's better than 4. Yeah, at this point, I mean, why wouldn't we go back up and revisit the top of the channel? Why wouldn't this just be a false breakdown? With the way today's been going, I mean, why not? One of these, so like right there, and then so you can get the context of what it looks like. It's that guy, and it says, I did some financial planning and it looks like I can retire at 97 and live comfortably for 11 minutes. Had a buddy text that. Which goes back to why your goal, I argue, is don't want to be a full-time anything other than full-time income stream creator. Because that's what wealthy people actually are, right? Like if you look at anybody that's super wealthy, you'll notice they have several streams of income. Usually it's several businesses or something like that. And I'm not saying you have to go out there and start, but I mean, just think, how can I create some income for myself? One income stream? That's why I like dividend stocks, right? Are dividend stocks going to necessarily boom? No. That's why I'm not saying you do all dividend stocks, but hey, a dividend stock is all of a sudden you have created a new stream of income for yourself. So that's why I say always be focused on many streams of income so you can avoid what that meme was saying about I can retire at age 97 and live comfortably for about 11 minutes. Hey, Chuck Boris Norris, how come you will not give us any trade plan? Can you at least answer that question? Like what's holding you up from to mapping out a trade plan for us ahead of time? I'm asking just out of pure curiosity. All right, I might take this short here. Mainly based on the 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. Never mind. I'm not going to take that short because if you just notice, that all kind of glitched out on me. And that was Tradovate, the platform. So that's always a little worrisome. I don't want, if that was some sort of leading indicator about some issues to come, then yeah, I'm gonna sit on my hand for a few moments, make sure that this isn't some sort of, like I said, kind of like initial breaths of the platform going down or something. I have had terrible slippage on Tradovate today. Well, I mean, it has been a very choppy market, so I can see slippage being a thing. But yeah, to your point, terrible slippage. I don't think I've had anything that I would call as terrible, but did you get a prop account, Cole? I'm thinking OG is short. I'm just guessing when he says go down in all caps. Maybe a gutsy guess on my part to think that he might be short, but that's my guess. I have a hunch. Thank you. Thank you for confirming you're short. Shorting at Shorting at 180. Oh, bummer. Bummer, Slim Beat. You got left in the dust. I've been there, brother. It happens. Market orders have been terrible, yeah. Sometimes I'd rather just miss getting filled rather than getting a terrible fill. That might be the wrong attitude to have about it, but that's kind of where I am. All right, kind of a chase here, but I think there's quite a bit of downwards momentum. Okay, I'm in. Oh, no, blinking blue line. Where did you come from? Come on. Nope. Got to get out there. Gave that thing enough time. Now it's seeming like, is this thing about to snap back against me? So what you're saying, Twig, is if I log out and log back in, the blue line will be gone? Is that what you're saying? Because I cannot refresh. This is not on my browser. This is the downloaded desktop platform. Again, I am not on this is not the platform on the web browser. Yeah, no, that's no problem. OG, you're banking, man. You're doing really well. I've been trading on a browser that, yeah, you can yeah, they have a desktop platform if you want to download it. Well, I'm glad I got out where I did. I think I either was break even or a small little loss because I was trying to give it some time to catch more of this momentum, but as you saw, it was not budging. All right, now if it wants to come back down, might give it another try again. Does it want to finally break? If anything, I should probably be looking to buy, like a fake breakdown. All right, let's try that. This could epically backfire, but the way today's been going, I could see it breaking down and then all of a sudden snapping back up. So I'm actually going to get long. I'm not going to short the breakdown. I'm going to buy the breakdown because given how snappy everything has been today with kind of lots of fake breakdowns and such, I'm going to try this with the idea of a fake breakdown here. breakdown of both the trend line and then the white line right there, which is the low of the day. So on that note, the price can never get below the white line. The white line will just get shoved down lower. But that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a fake breakdown long. Okay, there's a trend line break there. So I was originally thinking of taking that short right there. Was that really all it's going to break? Or do I get long here and I could just put the stop below the lows? At least I'd have a little bit of, yeah, let's do that. I have a little bit of confirmation. 60, yeah, I mean, I'm risking about $100, but I got plenty of green on the day. Okay. We'll look to buy at the green line. Again, fake breakdown of that trend line. Now let's see if we can get a bounce up through there. So again, trying to get long at the green line. If it drops below the white line, then I'll no longer be interested, because my risk profile will become too big at that point. But yeah, right now, you know there's shorts hopping in, trying to play that break. So let's see if we can have one of these things where it snaps back against them. And this part, maybe this time I can be part of the snapback. Again, there's your shorts. Maybe some of you are short right now, thinking, all right, let's see if we can get some follow through. And right now I'm thinking, all right, is this going to be another false breakdown like we've had? And is it going to snap back up? All right, never mind. Like I said, if it broke that white line, I would not be interested in it anymore, because the risk profile is just too big at that point. So, all right, well, I don't think I would have been filled anyways, because I was originally thinking about a fake breakdown. Woo, all right, okay. Well, how come so many tread line attempts today, and I never quite got one like that, but that's all right. Quiet chat, quiet chat. Somebody say something in the chat. Is the chat even working right now? Is the chat even working right now? What's going on here, folks? All right, I guess the chat is working. People just got quiet. Are you still short, OG? Please tell me you're still short. Good morning, Clay. Brent, where are you located at? What are you? I don't know, even if you're on the West Coast. It's not really morning anymore. Where are you located, Brent, where it is morning for you? All right. Maybe, yeah, Jim, maybe you should change your name to the Baby Oil Boss. That's what you do, the Baby Oil Boss. Not liking this action. Yeah, it's been kind of frustrating. More of a scalpy scalp. Winnipeg, Canada. I'm still, okay. I've heard of Winnipeg, Canada, but I'll be honest, I don't know where that's actually located. Like what United States, or the states, what's US, there we go, US states. What US states are you up above? Where's Winnipeg? Center of, okay, so like North Dakota, South Dakota would be down below you? Above North Dakota, okay. Cool. Yeah, fair enough. I know how that goes sometimes. You're like in morning mode, and then you look at the clock and it's like dinner time. You're like, oh, okay. So I've been there. I've been there before. I know how that goes. All right, I'm trying to catch a knife here a bit. So I'm going to try to buy at that green line. And I'm in. Why are you... Oh, wait. I knew it was blinking. Again, I'm trying to catch a knife right now. Let's see if it does want to bounce. Come on. Give me some more. I was in the green, but I needed a little bit more green than that. Hey Tony, we need a trade plan from you. Okay, you think it's going there. So like what's your entry point, what's your stop, and where's your well, you gave us your target, but what's your entry point and stop? We need those numbers ahead of time. I'm going to buy some more right there. Try to get a hammer candle here going. Okay, there we go. So let's see if we can indeed get some sort of bounce here. Dangerous trading that I'm doing right now. One, two, three entry out. Well, where's your stop at? Again, blue line is my average price. The red line is my first target. $21.45 stop. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing your trade plan all ahead of time. Now we'll see how it goes for you. That might have been it. Now I'm starting to feel a little bit on the cooked side. The life of trying to catch a falling knife. Trying to be a little bit more patient with it. And we'll buy my last allotment right there if it wants to try to poke its head back up. All right, I got to get out. Well, that's why catching knives can be dangerous, folks. I knew the risk coming in. I knew I had wiggle room. Again, this is all the same account. So this is NQ trades, and this is MNQ trades. So still green on the account. Oh, don't. Like I said, I'm still bullish not in the sense it's going to reverse, but at least get some sort of upwards movement. Just keeps dropping. Whoa, not NQ, not NQ. Okay, back in there. Again, still trying to catch this knife. Have you ever held contracts longer than 1 day? No, you're not able to do that. That would be a swing trade. And with prop firms, you cannot swing trade. Buy some more right there. Try to add to what hopefully becomes a winner. There we go. Come on. Bounce. Bounce. All right, so got a little bit of it back on that one. But I am completely playing with fire right now. Suppose I can get... I don't know. I'm going to leave that trend line there. I think all three of these lines are still kind of relevant. Because this trend line right here, you can see last time the price came up, back tested, got rejected right off of it. If you were also trying to catch the knife, hit that like button. We're at 132. Let's see, do we have any other knife catchers out there with me, or am I the only one in the market right now trying to catch this? Entry 130. Okay, so that was, looks like, Tony, that was a break-even trade for you. Only one other knife catcher out there with me? That doesn't make me feel very good. Well, to whoever hit the like button and you're that other knife catcher out there, we're friends. Other than a wish, I don't see what you are hoping for with a bounce. What? Other than a wish, I don't see what you are hoping. Well, I'm a bounce. Well, yeah, I don't understand. I'm hoping for a bounce. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay, there's two of us. All right. I'm trying to catch it too, but this is my play. All right, Rudy. My trading plan worked basically. An interesting choice of words. Sort of like 70% of the times it works 100% of the time. Well, the bleed continues. Not trying to be. No, I don't understand what you're asking. You said you don't see what you're hoping for a bounce with. I mean, I'm hoping for a bounce. That's what I'm hoping for. But I must not be understanding what you're saying. I don't see what you are hoping for a bounce with. Or maybe you mean like you don't see why I would be hopeful there's a bounce. Maybe that's what you meant. I got my reasons. Telnets. Yeah, can you see how I was confused about your wording? Can you at least see my point of view too, Telnets? That could have been probably worded a little bit better. No, it's fine. I'm just saying, like... So are you short right now, Telnets? Where are you at? Whatever happened to Boris Norris? I don't know that. I don't know how I feel about that. You ask somebody for a little bit more clarity and then they just disappear. Hands off, gotcha. All right, well, when you know that's for sure what you're doing, Sly Lou, when you know you can take out that considering, you let us know. If it bounces to the 2-minute 20, it might take a short. Gotcha. And then where would your stop loss be? It's going to wick down to 23,036. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, let's see if this wants to maybe come back down. It does seem like now, you know, a better trend is starting to get established here. So going long here in my opinion, would be kind of chasing and not, a little sketchy within the trend. So we'll see if we can get some sort of indicator or some sort of movement that will indicate that it wants to maybe roll over. What is interesting right now is a 21 EMA and that former trend line are basically at the same area. So could that be some sort of potential double whammy of resistance? Maybe. I mean, let us know, Sly, but like the word considering doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it means something, but it's just like we're never going to know. Are you actually going to take it or not? Wolf, what's the chart saying? Well, Paul, I can tell you right now, Paul, that you should not be trading. You should not be having any money in the markets because I can tell you're very new. Because that is a very dangerous question you just asked. And I'm assuming you have no idea how that is a dangerous question. And that would be further confirmation of why you are too new and you're getting too far ahead of yourself. So, Paul, what do I think? I think you need to tap the brakes and go do more learning. You are still too new to have any money in the markets. And I can tell that based on the question you just asked. Water break, thank you. So I'm going to try to trust the trend down. Think that it still wants to come down. So I don't want to chase it long right here. Okay, we are getting a movement up to that potential area right there. In. Short. Added some more. That blinking blue line. Good grief. Ugh. So got some more back on the little back test right there. Broke above it, but figured I still had plenty of wiggle room. I did. That blinking blue line is killing me. I'm relatively new too, but I trade in crypto, but have enough knowledge to where I have a high confidence. I like things simple, so I mainly analyze charts to see what the markets are doing. Well, I mean, if you like watching paint dry, that's fine. Keep day trading crypto. But if you want actually good quality movement and you want the ability to control things in a very, very hands-on way, Night Horse, then day trading futures is where it's at, through a prop firm. Now, I understand that Mason, what are you talking about? Crypto moves so fast. Futures move way better than crypto. The numbers will make crypto look like it's paint drying. Especially if you choose to go down the copy trading route within prop firms. So yeah, just FYI, that's why I'm doing the live stream. Make people aware like yourself that are off day trading crypto. There are better ways. There are more efficient ways to go about your trading. Your day trading, that is. I need to be specific. Because Pam's plant is an argument in the category of day trading. Next area I am interested in a potential short will be on the 5-minute and that 21 EMA, which is the green line you can see right here. Last time the price was up around that area. Beautiful rejection. Doesn't mean that it'll reject again, but I think it's a plausible thought on my part that it could reject. So I don't day trade. I don't have a lot of capital to do so. Do you have $90? You're just about to make a beautiful argument for Pam's plant. Do you have $90? Night Horse. I know it's a personal question, but okay, I'm going to try this short right here because that is that former bottom of the channel. No, stay with the trade plan. You said the 21 EMA and the 5. Don't out fancy yourself. You like a long here? Okay, well then where's your entry point and stop going to be, Telnets? If you like a long here, get long. Hey, see you later, Muhammad. Have a good one. I do, but don't feel comfortable enough with leverage if that's what you're Well, what I'm saying is, if you have $90 with a prop firm, you can get started. You get yourself $25K in purchasing power, and at risk is $90. So if you're willing to risk $90 to make a whole lot more than $90, and more importantly, get some very, very good learning lessons along the way, there you go. Pam's Plant. So you do not need a lot of in fact, that's one of the reasons right here. We talk about Pam's Plant, why you should day trade futures for these reasons, but do so through a prop firm. And for you, you're saying, well, I don't have a lot of capital. Well, that's one of the great things about the prop firm. Low capital is required. Like I said, you could become a day trader because there's no pattern day trader rule for $90. So there we go. Good little argument there for futures and Pam's Plant. Okay, watching that area right there. Need it to come up a bit more. We were right at that 50 period though. Long limit order at 23.040. All right. Well, Tony, you're probably going to be waiting quite a while, as the price isn't anywhere close to that. So you could very well be waiting for a few more hours and maybe even never get filled if that's what you're looking for. In 165, stop loss 150. What? You tell me all this after the fact, Telnets? Come on, man. Give us something ahead of time, brother. Again, if you're new to the live stream, Telnets knows better. Like, if you show up and you're like, I got long right there. I mean, maybe you did. But, like, hopefully you're going to understand, like, okay. But, like, if you can tell us when the price is right here that you're going to get in right there, and then we see this, we're all going to be cheering you on. We're all going to be like, man, great job. But, man, showing up after the fact, that ain't impressing anybody. Come on, man. All right. The V shape is in full bore right now in the 5-minute. Down. It's not quite complete. It's got to basically get back up to that pink line here. But it does that. V shape. I am interested in a short at the pink line. Can put a stop. So even if I try to anticipate it, so 207, so the risk would be about 11 points. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it behaves. I might even get a little more aggressive up there. We'll see. Because there's a very well-defined stop, and it's just a premise of, I mean, this thing is also getting kind of overextended. So to think and I'm not saying there's going to be a crash or a massive reversal, but, I don't need anything like that to make worthwhile progress. But yeah, step one is the price does first need to get up to that area. Do you have previous day high low? I don't know. I have that up there. That's the previous session close. That's the only one I have. Previous session close, and then I have the overnight low and the overnight high. So those are the main ones that I have. No, no, no. Keep grinding. Keep going up. Don't do that candle with right here. Let's see it come up a little bit more. Like I said, getting long now, that seems like a total FOMO chase. So I am definitely not interested in getting long. But up around this pink line area, I will be doing some sort of short. Doesn't mean, not because it's guaranteed to work, but I think there's a lot of logic behind it. Sam is out. All right. Hopefully that was a winning trade. I know you had mentioned earlier what it was, Sam. You're in at 2138. What? Good job. Congrats, Sam. You crushed that. Or I guess I could build, and then just put my line in the sand up there. That way I don't have to worry about missing it. I could do that too. Any short I put on within this formation has to be with a tight stop. Yeah, and that's, in my opinion, at least we're starting to get some of those in-your-face levels. I want it to come back to 182. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to build, get aggressive. So if I'm wrong on this one, it's not going to be pretty. But I like this setup. I'm willing to build, give myself some flexibility. So right here, let's try to start. Okay, so I took a little scalpy scalp on that one. But I can try to, start over again here. In again. We are right at that area where it's been rejected before. And I'm willing to add some more. Risky stuff here, though. Risky stuff. Doesn't want to get rejected. Okay, little scalpy scalp there. Another one. I will look to try again. The more it hovers around this area, I will look for another short. Again, still willing to play it more short. I'm sticking in the scalpy scalp mode though, because I realize I am going against this movement here. I entered the break. Oh, brother. Sam, that stuff is nonsense. You took a fake breakdown. Good job. It broke down. You thought that was a fake break, and it went back up. Good job. That's all you did. I get it. When you throw around all those cool terms, though, it does sound more legit. It sounds way better than just saying, I took a fake breakdown. I trade those too. I just don't have the cool terminology like you do, Sam. Might be looking for another short. Just again, this is what the 5 minutes looking like straight up. We have this big old congestion point right here. So that guarantees nothing, but hopefully nobody would be shocked if this thing decided to, come back down a little bit. So just watching. I want to see what kind of candle forms on the 5 minute before I make any further decisions. Hey, let's get this up to at least 150 likes. We are 13 away, so if you're here, you're enjoying, if anything positive, hit that like button, please. Well, I don't know about that, Sam, but thanks. Hey, EMA trader. Going short at 190. Stop 220. Target price 150. Thank you, Sly Lou. All right, Sly Lou giving a good example here of what we're looking for. To give us trade plans ahead of time, like Sly Lou just did right there. That's good stuff. Even if Sly Lou is wrong, that's all right. At least she had enough courage to throw that out there ahead of time. You know, it just reminded me that one person that threw out all like the liquidity sweep and blah, blah, blah. I try to give that person the benefit of the doubt. Like, hey, could you tell us a little bit more? Crickets. They never did say anything more, unless I missed it. So we are 4 hours away from a 3-hour live stream, and I'll just say it right now, I will deem this a failure of my entertainment abilities unless we can get at least 150 likes. So we have 4 minutes to get 3 more likes. So if in any way, shape, or form you are enjoying this, please hit that like button. I do use that as a loose scope of people's interest levels. If people are no longer interested, then that's okay. I can wave the white flag and say I no longer have it. So if you are in any way, shape, or form enjoying, please hit that like button. That's not like a vanity metric. I do use that to try to gauge people's interest levels. So if you're enjoying, please hit the like button. It does help. It does actually influence things. All right, we are up to that area. Okay, we'll see if this wants to come back. What would that be? 06. Stop is, yeah, for about. Oh yeah, I gotta try this real quick. Can I finally get rid of those numbers? No, why? Yeah, why are those numbers? Okay, let me try this real quick. Okay, now let's get those off. Save as default. Apply. Nope, still there. I think it's still a glitch within their indicator. You prefer 2 minutes and 1 minute? Yep, I like the 2 minute. Remember, I am also using other time frames that you see or that you know that are off screen, so it's not like this is the only time frame I'm looking at. But yeah, I do like the 2 minute. Hey, nice. We're at 159. Very good. Hey, Peppa, you need, yeah, Peppa. Listen, you're kind of on you're kind of on Sergio watch. Anybody here that remembers Sergio? You're on Sergio watch. So I say this with all due respect, but you know, Sergio almost broke my back. Let's get you a prop account first, and then we can talk more about this other stuff, okay? I'm not saying you are Sergio, but you have Sergio potential. And Sergio from the past, he almost sent me into retirement. Wow. This just, I mean, look at this 5 minute. It don't care anymore. It doesn't care who cares about pullbacks, who cares about chart gravity. It just does not care. I think she wants that 750. Maybe you're talking about ES, Chameleon. I'm holding strong like bull. Good job, OG. Next area I am interested in potentially is the purple line on the 5 minute. Right here. Do we get maybe some sort of rejection up there? I don't know. Remember me trying to catch that bottom down there? My timing was just a little off. Going short at 190. Stop at 220. Yep, that took you out, Slylu. Good try. I appreciate you giving your trade plan up front. I mean, that was 30 points. So I that didn't roast your account, did it, Slylu? I don't even. Do you even trade, Slylu? What actually are you doing? I'm not even sure if you're an actual trader. If you just like to kind of throw out ideas. Like, are you actually taking these trades? Do you actually trade? Like, it just kind of dawned on me. Like, I don't even know too much about you in that regard. All right, 5-minute interesting candle here. Maybe, just maybe. Some sort of move downwards is coming here. I don't know. We'll see. Might try to build a short position here. Mainly based on the 5-minute. I mean, this 5-minute is just... If this thing is just going to continue green, then so be it. I'll take the punch on the chin. But I mean, is it really going to just beast mode up like that? Maybe. What's the settings for the upper purple line? You mean the pink line? This right here? That is the 200 period simple moving average. You are welcome. Yeah. Is it not going to come up a little bit more? I'm not opposed to buying a pullback here. I'm just not going to buy it quite yet. But I mean, this does seem to be quite strong, so I'm not opposed to, like I said, a pullback. A pullback to 185. And where'd your stop loss be, Tellin? That's fine. You're always talking about where. So where would you put your stop? 185 would be your entry. Where would your stop be? Please give us a number, not a description. Thank you in advance. 175. Gotcha. All right. And then where would your target be? Where would your target be? Telnets is thinking 185. So on the 5-minute, bounced right off of the 21 EMA. So this former area of resistance, you can see right there, acting as resistance when it was broken. It is now behaving as support. So some good old technical analysis 101 there. 182 calls. Huh? You're trading options, Isaac? Okay. Calls, right. Calls are options. If you say you're trading calls, that means you're trading options. Okay, well then, terminology-wise, you would not say not using option terms. No, but you are using option terms. Puts and calls are literally the language of options trading. At least I think. Like I'm almost... So what would you say then? You would say you're long at 190. I mean, I guess you could be doing options on futures, but like for sure guaranteed, calls and puts are the language of options. Hey, Peppa, I said this to somebody else earlier. Please talk under this assumption. I have 6 kids. They are all younger. Please assume that one of them at any moment could run in here and start to read the comment section. Okay? So we are consolidating out here. Credit spreads, that is an option thing. But, I mean, one thing I can definitely tell you is that puts and calls are the language of options. So, yes, Isaac, what you would say in your situation, you should have said long at 182. That's what you should have said to answer your question. Long at 182. You are welcome. Roger that. Plan is to get long at 182, and did you give your stop? You did. Yes, you did. Stop it. Okay, cool. Appreciate that, Isaac. Appreciate you sharing everything up front. No, he is not doing 0 DTEs, Thomas. Then I thought I banned you, Thomas. Maybe I have you confused. I remember you're from Germany. I could have sworn I banned you, though. Maybe. So is that a new name, or did I just not ban you? Okay, I'm long here. This is a breakout or get out. So let's see if we can get some follow through here. Took one out. Could still be a losing trade. Next target right there. Again, could still be a losing trade, although it'll be very minimal at this point because I can put my stop logically right there. So it would be a small loss on my final position. We'll see in that. Let's go for these highs here. So a very nice RVR now. I mean, this is like 1 to 20 RVR at this point. So next target up there, and then, but my stop loss, like I said, is technically, I'd still lose a little bit of money on those final two, but overall, like I said, I'm looking for a breakout or get out. I'm not going to wait forever. So this thing needs to keep on moving or else it's going to stop me out, and so be it. And I'm stopped out. All right. So yes, that was still a green trade. Might try another one. If it wants to come back up here. It just seems strong now. It just seems strong, and it seems like it probably wants to at least get up to the 50 period. Every chat I go into, there are always people guessing numbers. They should all be banned from trading. Yeah, no, I don't know what it is. I don't know if people just like to try to have fun or if people are like trying to impress others. But yeah, when people just throw out random numbers, like by the end of the day, 23,440, it's like, okay, I mean, I guess. I'm not sure how that's really relevant to right now, but okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm not sure what those people, yeah, I don't know. No, to be fair to those people, though, if they have some sort of strategy where they might hold for the next 3 hours, then I suppose it matters where they think the price might be like 4 hours from now, or if they think the price is going to be like 300 points higher, I guess. But like for day trading on the 2-minute time frame, 5-minute, it's who cares where the price is going to be in an hour from now? We're trading on the 2 and 5-minute time frame. We care about where the price is going to be like in the next 10 minutes. All right, might try the breakout or get out again here because I can have a tight stop. Pow Pow is bad person. Why? No, that's a good person. Why do you want rates cut, OG? Rates should be raised. Raise those rates. Raise those rates. If the economy is strong, like people are saying it is, that's fine. Then do the ultimate flex and raise rates. That is the ultimate flex. Beginner trader, you seem to have short-term memory. What do I mean by that? It's amazing how a few years ago, what was the complaint about the housing market when rates were low? Does anybody remember what was the complaint in the housing market when rates were low? Does anybody remember? 2 or 3 years ago when rates were low, what was the complaint? Oh, yeah, yes, Isaac, but what did that actually result in? What does that translate to? You're right, but what does that translate to in like real estate terms? Does anybody remember hearing about like the insane bidding wars? How like a house would go for sale and then within like 2 hours there'd be 10 bids on it. Does anybody remember like bidding wars? When I say that, does anybody remember about people complaining about bidding wars? Yeah, no, clearly you don't remember, OG. Anybody arguing for lower rates because, well, that way people can buy more houses. You have demonstrated you have a terrible memory. Right, there were bidding wars all over the place. That was people's complaint. I can't get a house because by the time I submit my bid or by the time I get off work to be able to go check out the house, there's already like 10 bids on it. So now beginner traders like, hey, let's lower rates so people can afford to buy houses, aka so we can have bidding wars again. And then the complaints, then beginner traders going to be sitting here complaining, I can't, it's not, the housing market's an unfair. It's just bidding wars. And now prices are going up higher. Nobody can afford. In fact, it's twofold. Nobody can even get a house because of all these insane bidding wars, and all these insane bidding wars are making prices go up even more, and I can't afford it. How quickly, how small people's memories are. No, right now is the right system. Because what the market is forcing people to do is it's forcing sellers to drop their prices. No, you need to come down to what buyers can actually afford. And they cannot afford what you're trying to sell for with the current interest rates. So you have a choice, Mr. Seller. You can either not sell or you can reduce your price down to what they're actually able to do. So yes, that process takes a little while longer, but it is how you correct the problem. It is how you ensure prices stop going up and stop spinning out of control. You hear me, beginner trader? Do you understand what you're actually arguing for? You're arguing for bidding wars and higher prices. Is that what you're... You know what I'm saying, man? Yeah, and in my neck of the woods too, here in Iowa, the houses, they're sitting out there for longer now. Where are you at, Kevin? Woo, that 50 period on the 5 minute still doing work. Oh, really? In Ohio? Okay, all right. We're at in Ohio. I graduated from the Ohio State University. Columbus, great city. Okay, well, if they're still being sold on the East Coast, well then, I mean, lower interest rates is certainly not going to help there. That's just going to exacerbate the problem. No. So beginner, just so I understand, you think that bidding wars and house prices going up is better. Is that what you're saying? You want bidding wars. which then force prices up even higher. Is that what you think is a better situation? Bidding wars which cause prices to go up. Lower price on house with higher interest is bad. Is bad for who? Better, higher house prices. Beginner, you just made a self-refuting argument. Your original claim way back when was, and I don't want to misrepresent you. You literally just mic dropped yourself. Like so bad that I almost makes me wonder, maybe I misread what you said originally. Low interest rate. All right, let me just, because I want to cite my sources. I don't want to be accused of. Low interest rate equal people can buy a house. So it seems though you're arguing, hey, it's better when people can buy a house because of low interest rates. Okay, that was your claim. People can buy a house if there's interest rates low. What I'm saying is no, they can't, for two reasons. Reason number one, there's bidding wars. So they can try to buy a house, but with bidding wars, it becomes very, very difficult. And then reason number two, they're going to be suffering from the same problem you're saying right now, is that, well, now they cannot afford it. Why can they not afford it? Well, because all these bidding wars are requiring making offers over the price and then pushing prices above and into the area where they can no longer afford them anyways. So no, people cannot buy a house with lower interest rates. It's not better for the buyers. And then you just said right here, it's bad for the buyers, which I do agree with. What you just said is indeed bad for the buyers, which you said right there. Therefore, you literally just mic dropped yourself. Exactly. So no, lower interest rates, more people cannot buy more houses. It's bad for the buyer. Exactly. The assumption people are making is that all things are held constant with a reduction of interest rates. Correct, yeah. Lowering interest rates, it's about the bond market. Lowering interest rates anyways, you're right. People just think if Powell moves down interest rates that all of a sudden mortgages come down. That's not how it works. Mortgages are based on the bond market. And if the bond market is just like, yeah, no, we're not going to accept that, well, then it doesn't really matter anyways. What sense are you talking even if they lower the price as a seller? There's going to be bidding war. No, not at all. At least we are. And it sounds like in Arizona. Like if a house is just sitting on the market, right? Look on Zillow, days on market. As a real estate investor myself, that I always love to see that number. Because the higher that number goes, the more and more leverage you know you have as a buyer. Because you know that house has just been sitting out there for months on end. So when you show up, you'd be crazy to offer them the asking price because you already know days on market, it's been sitting there for 4 months. So at that point, and you don't have any other competition because, well, it's been sitting out there for 4 months. So yeah, show up, low, not necessarily lowball them, but definitely don't offer them the price. Again, beginner trader, you can feel that way, you can believe that, but math is math. History is history. If you create more buyers, sure, more people in theory can afford a house, but that's the problem. That's in theory math. When you bring that to the real world, no, they can't buy a house because there's bidding wars and then prices get shoved up and then you're right back to where you started. No, see, and here's the other flaw where I disagree with the whole philosophy of your thing. Your whole philosophy is built on people need debt. So a strong economy in all actuality is this. Somebody, and this is why it's a flex. This is why it's truly a strong economy. Because a truly strong economy, meaning it's built up of consumers, of people within that economy that have savings. Because people with savings, guess what? They want higher interest rates. Because guess why? Well, they're going to get higher savings rates, right? you're going to get 4 or 5, 6% on your savings accounts, right? Which is great. Economies with a bunch of people drowning in debt, those are the people that want lower interest rates because they're drowning in debt. So what economy would you say is actually stronger? Economy that can produce people that with savings, or an economy that is built up with a bunch of people in debt? Which of those economies would you say is stronger? Me personally, I think it's the economy where people are not drowning in debt. People have savings. And because those people have savings, they're out there cheering, raise those interest rates. I want to make more money in my savings account. Every business needs to borrow. That is so false. I mean, beginner trader, first off, you've become irrational in your argument. How can I say that? Because you're using absolute words such as every, right? Never ever use every, all, anything like that. Because that implies like you are irrational because it's so easy to defeat your claim. But not only can I tell you're irrational because you use the word every, you put, yes, thank you, never. That's another one. You put every in all caps. So like you are now debating irrationally. Emotions have taken over for you. Because I can tell you as a business owner, I never borrowed a penny to start my business. Never a penny. There you go. I just defeated your argument. Because if you use an absolute word such as every, and then you put it in all caps, fact. Okay, beginner, I don't know if you think that makes your argument more credible because you start to throw words in all caps, but you're debating emotionally. Fact, there is always people be in debt. Yeah, okay. That, again, listen to what I'm saying. Broadly speaking, if you have an economy that, broadly speaking, generally speaking, has people with savings, they're not drowning in debt. Which economy would you say is better? The one where consumers and the people that make up the economy, generally speaking, have savings, or generally speaking, are drowning in debt? Which one of those economies would you say is actually stronger? So notice I've conceded. Yeah, okay, there's always going to be some people in debt, but that's irrelevant to the point I'm trying to make. Are you going to trade anymore? I don't know, Josh. I love to talk about economics. So I have no idea. This is a great discussion, Josh, and I've been trading for the past 3 hours, Josh. So I don't know. Got a nice change of pace here, Josh. People saving are holding onto their money. Yeah. And that's bad because they want to not go into debt to buy something. They want to save up for something. Like, what is that? Come on, Kevin. I know you're in Ohio. I'm from Ohio. Let's give Ohio a good name. Most Americans are currently in debt. Again, beginner, completely irrelevant to the conversation. So I'm asking you a question. Broadly speaking, what economy would you say is actually strong? The one made up with, generally speaking, people with savings, or one, broadly speaking, made up with people in debt? Which one of those would you say is a stronger economy? To be fair to Kevin, he didn't say that was bad, I guess. He just made the observation that people's savings are holding onto their money. Because there is a school of thought out there that's like, if you save, that's bad for the economy because you're not spending the money. It's like, well, it might be bad for banks and people that want to throw you in debt, but no, it's not. That's not bad for you. Okay, in savings. Thank you, beginner trader. So the people that are out there claiming that the economy is so great, yet they're also demanding interest rate cuts, makes no sense. It's a contradiction of just economic logic. Now, if you want to say, hey, the economy is bad, the economy is rough, therefore let's cut interest rates, okay, that's fine. But in the current political climate, there are certain people out there yapping about how great the economy is, while at the same time yapping about needing to bring down interest rates. Do you see the contradiction there, beginner trader? And but your argument still falls flat on its face, beginner trader. It's a terrible argument because you mic dropped yourself. Do you not realize that? Your original argument started with low interest rates mean more people can buy houses. And then I showed you, well, actually, that's not true. Less people will buy houses because they have now two problems. They have a bidding war problem and then too high a price problem. And then you move the goalpost because you crushed yourself. You, like I said, you made a self-defeating argument, and then you shifted the goalpost, and you keep shifting the goalpost. So, sometimes it's better to just take the L, beginner trader. Just take the L. And then you did every business starts off with debt, and you put that in all caps, which obviously I defeated that because I started my business. I didn't take on a single penny of debt. So, I mean, that was a failed argument. You were wrong in that regard too. So sometimes hey, yeah, okay. I learned something. That's all you got to say. Gladys, friendly reminder, when you have savings with a bank, that bank is lending your money out. So you are still contributing to the economy through investment. Now, yes, there is, that does depend. Hopefully the bank is making good investments with your money, but you are still helping the economy, right? That's how a bank works. Banks create money. If I take, let's just say there's $1. I give that dollar to a bank for savings. They are going to then go lend that dollar out, and then they play the spreads. So Gladys, friendly reminder, yes, savers are investing. Savers are stimulating the economy. They are giving banks money to lend with. Oh, okay. Now, okay. I might have to ban beginner, he's been such, I don't know why he went irrational on us. He's been such a good. No. My friend, I'm bringing the receipts. This is your problem when you get emotional and use words like every. Every business needs to borrow. I've been self-employed. I've been my own business for a very long time. My business is built on a situation where I don't need to borrow. Like, in fact, that's one of the reasons why I structured it, why I went about things the way I did, so that I will never actually need to borrow. So right there, now you're lying about what your argument was. Do you see what I mean when you start to discuss things irrationally? That's the problem with using words like every. And then you escalate that problem when you put every in all caps. Like, and I'm not trying to say that I'm a great debater, but like those arguments are so easy to defeat because you just need one example, just one, and the argument is defeated. Hey, now there you go, beginner. Thank you. Thank you for conceding that. Okay, never say every. Meant most. I don't know about that, but that is certainly, that at least creates some discussion. But it's still not a problem. Even if they got to borrow more at a higher rate, guess what they're going to do? Let's make sure this decision is actually a good one. But at the end of the day, I disagree with your original premise that lower interest rates make buying houses easier. It doesn't. All it does is create bidding wars, which makes buying a house harder, and it then raises prices because of those bidding wars, which puts you right back at the same spot. They can no longer afford the house. But we're going to move on. Good discussion, beginner trader. I appreciate it. Sounds like we'll just have to agree to disagree. Clay, I used to watch you trade options. How do you like futures? Oh, options are pure garbage. Day trading options are garbage, to answer your question. Would you say our economy has more savings or debt? Debt would be the American way. which is why I just laugh when anybody, and this is any politician, be like, oh man, we got a good economy. No, we don't. Good economies don't demand lower interest rates, okay? Hey, I'm day trading. Yeah, no, Raymond. You asked the poor question yesterday, and the fact that you're still day trading stocks shows me, Raymond, that you're not going to listen to what I have to tell you anyways. Because I know for sure you've heard about Pam's plan. So you therefore know that day trading stocks, and especially day trading stocks such as that, is a total waste of time. It's terrible risk management, yet you're still doing it. So Raymond, I say this with all due respect, I'm not going to give you my thoughts because you're not going to listen anyways. Hey, Jorge. Ace Trades, good to see you. Sorry. Lower rates make selling a house easier. That is true. That is true. But that was not the person's original premise. The original premise was it makes buying a house easier. But I do agree. Tim Miller, you are correct. If you're a seller, oh man, those bidding wars are great. I remember when back in 2020, I don't remember. But when like rates were low, we had a cottage on a lake in Michigan. We sold it. And now I might be making some of this up because it's a little fuzzy. But the general principle I'm still conveying. Within the first, we were like, don't even make us an offer, or we're not even going to look at offers until the house has been on the market for like 48 hours, something like that. Because we were like, well, we're not going to just, and we want a bidding war. So let's give everybody enough time to come check it out. And yeah, within that first 48 hours, we had, 14 bids on it. I think 8 of those were cash offers. Again, I'm making up some of this, but that's the point. So to your point, Tim, absolutely. As a seller, that was a beautiful thing. But that was not the person's original argument. The original argument was that lower rates make buying a house easier. Had he said making lower rates makes selling a house easier, make a wonderful experience to sell a house. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, as a seller, oh boy, bring on that bidding war, boy. So wild how sellers are allowed to not take full price offers. What do you mean by that? So wild how sellers so wild how sellers are allowed, to not take, what do you mean? What are your thoughts on the tariffs? As not that this makes me right, but as a total economics geek, as somebody that got a minor in economics along with my engineering degree, tariffs raise prices. I mean, it's just a tax. It's just a matter of who's going to pay the tax. Let me put it this way. There's a reason why in just politics, yes, taxes have gone up. Yeah, okay, let's tax the rich. And that's been something, and taxes have gone up more and more. But there's a reason why those rich people stay rich and get even richer, because they'll just pass that tax onto the consumer, right? And tariffs are the same thing. Tariffs are designed to raise prices because that means that the local person that's struggling to keep up, that's struggling to compete with other people, well, now they can still charge the same price, but those other competitors have to raise their prices because now they're having to bake in those tariff prices. So now all the prices are basically the same. So then the local producer can be like, hey, look, just buy local because our prices are the same. So this is my opinion, but I think the most compassionate thing in economics you can do to anybody, to poor people and middle class people, is I believe the most compassionate thing is to give them low prices. I think low prices at the grocery store are a good thing. I think giving people low prices is the most compassionate thing you can do to somebody that's poor or in the middle class. And the way you give them low prices is to, let free trade happen. Let capitalism happen, right? Let competition happen. So that is my thoughts on that. I believe in trying to give poor people low prices. In fact, I just saw, what was it? Let me look it up. I don't want to. Let's see. PlayStation 5 price increase tariff. I think I saw this yesterday. Yeah, right here. So I mean, this is just what tariffs do. It's just basic economics, you know, right? I mean, it's nothing like, you don't have to be a genius. You just you know, do a little studying. But yeah, Sony raises PlayStation 5 prices in U.S. as tariffs start to hit. Right? Yeah, because Sony, what are they, Japanese? Yeah, they're now having to pay higher prices. But what are they going to do? Well, they're going to just pass those prices on. They're just going to pass the tariff on. So yeah, that was a noise. I was like, uh-oh. Now, you could probably argue that's a good thing because we need more people getting outside anyways, right? We don't need people sitting and playing video games. So I guess in one situation, you could argue tariffs are good in that situation. If your premise is we need to get kids outside, then I suppose you could argue tariffs are a good thing because tariffs will cause video game systems to go up. Therefore, parents can no longer afford them. Therefore, kids don't have to play them. Therefore, they have to go outside. So if that's the argument we're trying to accomplish, how do we get kids outside? I suppose tariffs are a good thing. Efficient markets free. Yes. That is true. Not crony capitalism, but capitalism. Not where the government steps in and starts to subsidize stuff. No, like real capitalism. Good point, Orville. Good point. Off topic, I just Ruben, your question's probably more on topic than what we've been talking about. I passed a 25K. Hey, congratulations. I'm at 1,400 profit. When does it stop trailing and become static? Once you hit your buffer and the pro accounts, once you hit whatever your drawdown is, that is your buffer, and then anything above there, you can either choose to leave in there and build your buffer, or you can pay yourself with. People would still rather pay thousands for and that's fine. I mean, that's fine, Nighthorse. All I'm saying is that that's just an example of what tariffs do. Tariffs cause prices to go up. That's what they're designed to do. They're designed to make local more competitive. More competitive in what way? Well, more competitive in the prices that are being charged. And the most hilarious thing, I saw there is some poll. Let me see if. Okay, yeah, right here. This is just hilarious. A recent Cato Institute poll found that while 80% of Americans believe the country would be better off if more people worked in manufacturing, right? That the talking point is there. Build in America, bring manufacturing back. Like, I get it. That sounds good. That again, from a soundbite standpoint, that sounds great. But let me ask you this. Do you want to go work in a factory? Do you want to do the same monotonous job over and over again? Do you want, I mean, maybe you do. And if you do, that's fine. But I mean, do you? Me personally, I'd prefer not to work in a factory. So yes, while 80% of people believe the country would be better off if we had more manufacturing or we brought it back, only 25% of those not currently retired or working in factories say they would personally prefer to work in a factory. So that's one of those things where people are like, yeah, that sounds good. I'm willing to say stuff with my mouth and think, but would I actually do it? No. So here's the problem with that. If we bring manufacturing back, those manufacturers are going to have a hard time bringing in labor. So let me ask you all this. Let's not overthink it. If you have a factory that is now back, but you're having a problem finding people to work there, what's one way you could entice people to work there? Again, you have a factory. You're having a problem finding people to work there because, as the stats show, not a lot of people actually want to work there. What is one way that you could bring in people? Again, let's see how good we all are at business here. Exactly. You could just offer to pay them more, right? That's economics, right? Which, by the way, is why I'm against minimum wage. I think that as a business owner, I think I should be able I should be allowed to offer people to pay them 50 cents an hour. I think a roofing company should be allowed to pay people 25 cents an hour. I have a suspicion, though, that that company might have problems. I think that company's problem might be they don't find any workers. You know? So, by all means, charge them whatever you want. You go ahead, go offer. Hey, come work for my roofing company. I'm going to pay you 75 cents an hour. You're probably always going to be roofing houses on your own because you're not going to find anybody. But anyways, back to the point. Yes, to get people to want to work in the factory, offer them more money. But what is that now doing from a business? That is increasing the price of your product. So what does that mean you have to do in order to stay in business, to stay profitable? Well, you have to increase the price of your product because now you're having to pay higher labor costs. So yeah, it sounds great. It's all good to bring manufacturing back, but hey, that's still going to be those poor people who, again, my whole thesis is built. I think the moral thing to do is to give poor people the lowest price possible. Well, now those poor people are going to have to be paying higher prices because it's higher labor cost. So any way you look at it, a lot of that stuff sounds good, but in all actuality, in fact, this is a must watch. It shows I'll put this in, but you got to check this out. Hilarious. It illustrates exactly what I'm talking about right here. So if anybody wants to go and watch it at some, not now, don't leave the live stream, but right here. Basically, everybody's like, pay higher wages, pay higher wages. And then he goes around and he asks somebody, hey, would you like to, what do you think the higher wages should be? And they're like, I don't know, 20%. And he's like, okay, well, what's your total bill right now? Would you like, can you put in 20% more? And everybody's like, what, no? So yeah, everybody likes to say higher wages. But then when you ask people, well, do you want to pay higher prices? No, I like low prices. Man, I'm fired up. We're trading. We're learning economics. This is good stuff. I think a lot of you already understand economics, but hey, some people might not. And I think, again, if we disagree politically on stuff, even if we disagree economically, I have zero problem with that, assuming you at least understand how economics work. So if you're sitting there and you're saying, no, Clay, I'm all for paying higher prices because of this, that, and the other, and you understand the economics, that's cool. Like, I'll shake your hand. We can be friends. Be like, hey, man, agree to disagree. I'm glad you actually understand. But if you're sitting there just regurgitating talking points and you don't really understand anything, and that's why you disagree, then it's like, okay, well, I wish you'd learn to think a little bit more for yourself. Water, thank you. Man, I'm fired up. We're learning economics. We're getting trading. I don't think we've even missed anything. We got Kevin from Ohio reminding me to drink my water. This is the best chat on YouTube. This chat box is great. Beginner trader, are you still here? I also liked your real estate lesson. Which one, Rick? It seemed like I did blab. Why are you only adding to winning positions? Or is that directed at me? I can't be because I add to both. But I do prefer to. Just broke up, man. All right. Okay, so the 50 period, nothing has really even happened this entire time. For those of you that have been on the live stream, been talking about that purple line, the 50 period simple moving average, how the price is just, and look at that, just trapped below that thing. Although this is interesting. This is spicy. Nasty move down. Now it's pushing back up. So we may have to look for a long here. Great show today. Love it. All right, good. People are learning. Well, you were talking mortgage rates before. Okay, that part of it. Gotcha. The problem is no higher wages and prices still go up. That is true. But that is also because of money printing. And as of now, prices are going up because, of the tariffs. Right, and that's fine, Percy. But that is irrelevant towards just somebody asked about my thoughts on tariffs, and that is my thoughts. Tariffs, just economically speaking, are designed to push up prices. That's what they do. And I think the most compassionate thing is to give poor people low prices. And I mean, I'm not poor, but I like low prices. Like I have zero shame in saying I would rather buy a vehicle for, I don't know, XYZ amount as opposed to XYZ amount plus 40% because it was made arbitrarily, somewhere else. Well, you don't support America and you should want stuff built in America. That's cool. But put your money where your mouth is. Go donate a little bit at your taxes. Go support America. I don't. Those people that make that argument, I guess I can't guarantee, but I have a sneaky suspicion they're not writing in and sending in any more extra money on top of their taxes to America. So if that makes me unpatriotic because I'm not looking to overspend on something where I can get the same exact thing built in the same exact way at the same exact quality, shame on me if I want that thing and I want poor people to be able to get that thing for 20% less. If that makes me a bad person, then I'm a bad person. If that makes me un-American, then I guess I'm un-American. But you know what? I guarantee you're not writing in the government extra taxes. Nothing is preventing you from supporting America. Just write in. The government's not going to send you back anything. If you say, I want to overpay in my taxes by XYZ amount because America, then go for it. But I pay plenty of taxes already. Correct, Night Horse. Yes, that is what raised prices. That stimulus, apparently, and this is what's still mind-boggling to me. Like it blew me out. But what was the numbers of COVID money? Like in America, did it end up being like $8 trillion that was injected into the economy? I don't remember what it was, but whatever that was, apparently that was a ton of money because states and local, cities still have COVID money. I still remember the city I grew up. I went back there and they were doing the most random thing. I mean, they were nice. Don't get me wrong. They were fixing up the downtown, new sidewalks, all this sort of stuff, putting in like random streetlights. Again, nothing that was necessary, but it did make it nice. And it's like, well, yeah, they're still burning through COVID money. Like, so apparently, yes, 8 trillion or whatever that number was is a lot of money to inject into an economy and like a year and a half point of view. So yes, that is ultimately why prices just went absolutely bonkers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the other yeah, exactly. We accept or reject prices every day when we choose to spend money or not. Correct. We do. Like I said, that is my working approach to economics is how do we make the most opportunity for people and make prices the cheapest. That is where I build from because I think that is the most compassionate thing to do is to give people opportunity and to offer them low prices, which is why I do not have any solutions right now to like Somalia. Like, what do you do to help those people out? Like, well, go find a better job. Go do that. It's like you're in Somalia. What do you do? I don't know. Well, I guess I could throw out some ideas, but I won't go there. Well, I guess it would be if that's the ultimate goal, but yeah. But if you're like in a third world, not a third world, a first world country, I mean, come on now. I am poor, Clay. Since you love the poor, make a call and get me 10 free. Come on, Anthony. We are pushing through the 50 period. Well, we did push through it, but I didn't like that breakout because of this right here. Above the breakout on the 5 minute, we have this pink line. So, I mean, does it break out on the 5 minute and then just get rejected back down? I don't know. But that's why I'm kind of just, Amazon has hurt the small business. Well, I mean, If by hurt you mean offering lower prices, yeah. That's what hey, now if a government is artificially helping Amazon, then that's crony capitalism. I have a problem with that. But if just, hey, level playing field, Amazon is providing a better product, they provide better services, and people are willing to give their money to Amazon over the smaller business for whatever reason, I think people should have the option to do that. But again, that's capitalism that I'm talking about, not crony capitalism. If the government is just picking and choosing favorites, that's a different category. That would be crony capitalism. And again, if you are financially in a spot where you can go and you want to support the small business and you want to pay more for the same exact thing, I have no problem with that at all. Go for it. That's cool. But again, I think the compassionate thing to do for the poor person is to let them choose. Should I just support the big business that's maybe hurting this other business? Well, yeah, I should be able to do that because for my family's sake, I need to have those lower grocery prices. So I think that should exist. Again, this is why I am struggling with that 50 period on the 5 minute because it's kind of scary to want to get long right there or right here on the 2 minute when you know right up ahead is not a guaranteed area of resistance, but an area that could very realistically be an area of resistance. Short on 14. Well, Rudy, you have nothing to be scared of if you have a stop loss. But then again, Rudy, we know that your policy is you don't have a stop loss. I believe tariffs are to cripple those countries' economy. Not about Brigade. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying tariffs are worthless either, but somebody just asked, well, what do you think about tariffs? And it's like, well, economically speaking, tariffs raise prices. Like that's what they're literally designed to do. Pull it off for tiny profit. All right, Rudy, you should really just start using a stop loss. I think you'd probably find better success. You wouldn't be stressed out if you just use a stop loss. I hear you, Kevin. Yeah, we're practically on like first name basis with Amazon drivers. I mean, it's crazy though. I mean, Amazon, it's so impressive. So we're building a pole barn right now, and I needed some hoist systems to hoist up the deer. So I looked yesterday morning. Before I sat down, I found a couple on Amazon Prime. Will be there tomorrow. I ordered them, and then yesterday by like 2:00 in the afternoon, I have 2 hoists sitting on my front porch, which were very competitively priced, by the way. It's insane. Like hoist. Like, how random is a hoist? Yet I was still able to get it next day. Like, a little bit more than 24 hours. But still, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. On a pro account, what is the maximum drawdown? The drawdown is the same as it was on the test account. From 11 a.m. to now, there looks to be an inverted head and shoulder waiting for All Right Southpaw. You can order a house on Amazon? All right, I'm thinking of getting long here if it wants to bounce back up. I kind of like this setup here. So I will go long here at the green line. My stop will be the low right there. But only willing to get long if it wants... Oh, has it... Nope, never mind. All right. Because now my risk profile will be too big. I will look for another long opportunity. So I am looking for longs right now. No, we don't have any deer here in Iowa. That's not true. Iowa's a terrible place. Don't move here. Traffic is bad. No deer. Well, I mean, they're small deer. If they're the size of like little miniature poodles. Yeah. Mean people, big traffic. Do not move to Iowa. Terrible place. It's just one big cornfield. Stay away from Iowa. There are way better places that you can move. Nice, Todd. Awesome. $800 payout today from TPT. Well done, sir. Well done. Are you doing the racehorse model, Todd? If not, you better get some horses. You better get some other horses going. I agree. Alaska's better. Yep. Yeah. Move to Alaska. I hear Alaska's great. I hear New York's great. I hear Texas is great. I hear Arizona's fantastic. Iowa, not so much. Just, yeah, traffic is terrible. You won't like it here. Yeah, I hear Michigan is nice. Nice, Todd. I was doing the same when building an in-law suite. All about was the convenience than price. Yeah, yeah. No, Texas is fine. It doesn't get hot in Texas. I hear it's like a big AC machine there. Illinois, fantastic. Fantastic. Iowa, no. Scumbag of the country. No. Okay, I'm going to buy right there. If it comes back up, stop will be below these lows. Northern Wisconsin, I hear, is amazing. Absolutely. Move to Northern Wisconsin. What stock? This is not a stock. We're not. We are day trading futures here. Yeah, Wisconsin, I heard. Ohio, amazing. Absolutely amazing, I heard. I grew up in Ohio. Yeah, move there. It's great. My parents still live there. Yeah. Just avoid Iowa. That's all I'm saying. Iowa is the scum of the earth. I regret my decision to move here every day. It's terrible here. I live in the middle of a cornfield. That's all there is here is corn, mean people, and traffic. That's it. Purple line is... Come on, Mike Miller, how do you not know the answer to that? I totally recognize your name. You're not new here. But the purple line is a 50-period moving average. Yeah, Columbus is a great city. Why did I move to Iowa? Because I wanted to move to the scumbag central. That's why. Yeah, Mississippi, I hear, is nice. Sounds like I should move. I'm trapped here. That's a problem with Iowa. I can't move out. I'm just trapped. I'm trapped in the cornfield. There's no way out. All I'm saying is if you're thinking of moving, just don't move to Iowa. That's all I'm saying. It's a terrible place. You won't like it. Easter Island. I have not heard of Easter Island. Kevin. Kevin. Yeah, I blame Kevin Costner. Yep. It's his fault. All right, I'm still waiting for a long, but I'm not getting any confirmation. And we just keep on dropping. So, if you got short up around here, congratulations. You chose wisely. Am I being... No, I'm not being held against my will, but it's just too much corn. Like, it gets stuck in your wheels and stuff, and you just can't go anywhere. So, yeah, I'm trapped. Yeah, I can't leave Iowa. That's one of the terrible places. You get here and you can't leave. Goodness, is this thing going to... So, right now, this is a pretty good argument for why waiting for confirmation can be a good thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of corn theft going around here. It is just, yeah. Well, you should fire up the grill and throw that corn on the husk. No, there's no propane here in Iowa. You have to rub sticks together. Yeah, there's some Amish. I'm trapped. There's too much corn. Too much traffic and corn. Rob, I can't leave. It's impossible. I hate it here. It's terrible. Never move here, anybody. Do not move. Clay, did you know that you can put the P&L on your price line? I did know that. Yeah, I don't like to trade the P&L though. That plays too many mind games with me. No caves in Iowa, just corn everywhere. No, there's no deer here in Iowa. Well, there's deer, but they're very small. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. The winters are terrible. That's another good point. Winters are terrible here. No, Night Horse. Indiana's amazing. Another great state. Well, never really gave me a chance. I am starting to lean more towards potential short if this wants to come back down. No, my wife despises Iowa. Iowa's a terrible place. Don't move here. That's all I'm saying. Don't move to Iowa. It's terrible. Amazing, isn't it, Caesar? Amazing, isn't it? That some people, they just don't connect those dots. They don't pick up on... It's crazy. It's crazy, Caesar. Well, I mean, that's fine. If you want to move out of southern Indiana, that's fine, Craig, or Night Horse. I'm just saying don't move to Iowa. It's a terrible place. That's all I'm saying. Unless you like traffic, corn, mean people, then yeah. Correct, Big Bad. Anywhere but Iowa. That I hear everywhere but Iowa is an amazing place. Exactly. Oh yeah, it's like 400 degrees every day in Iowa. Oh, I heard Gary, Indiana is amazing. Yeah, Gary, Indiana, move there. I hear it's fantastic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no schools in Iowa either. Yeah, nothing. It's just corn and mean people and traffic. That's it. Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. I mean, it's Gary, Indiana is not Iowa. Therefore, it is fantastic. I'll say that logical sequence again. Gary, Indiana is not Iowa. Therefore, it is fantastic. Humidity is usually the word. Yeah, no, it's always humid in Iowa, even in the winter. When it's negative wind chill of 42, it is still very humid. You will sweat. You will sweat and freeze at the same time. You will die from heat stroke and frostbite at the exact same time. Never. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can visit Iowa. No, you come to Iowa. It's nice to visit. Spend some money, stimulate the local economy. So Iowa's fantastic to visit. Living here, though, no. But please, by all means, if you want to visit, I'm all for it. Like, you should come visit Iowa. Just don't move here. Yeah, I hear LA is fantastic. I hear LA does not have traffic. They do not have a homeless problem. They do not have smog. I don't think there's a single drug in LA. So, yeah, I hear LA is fantastic. No, New York. I hear New York is heaven on earth. What are you talking about? All right, I'm going to go ahead and try this short here with the idea, just because I have a very tight stop. So there we go. So if this breaks out and gets ripping, I want out. But if we get some sort of rejection off this trend line, then I'm all for it. But I am now short at the blue line, the blinking blue line. Threw out a couple of covers down here just in case it all of a sudden snaps down. But we'll see what it wants to do. Gonna need to come down a little bit more to hit that first profit target. Let's see if I can make this a little easier to see. There we go. There we go. All right, cool. There we go. So here's my first profit target down there. Come on. There we go. Got that off. Very good. So let's make sure this is now a winning trade. So I'll put this in green territory. Try to give this thing plenty of wiggle room, though. But I do want to ensure this is a winning trade. This will be my next target down there. And just in case there's a, I'll put another one down there. Because this does look like to be a potential bounce point down there. But this will be a winning trade no matter. Oh, and there we go. That fast came back up and took me out. All right, there we go. What is the blinking blue line? Yeah, that was my entry price. All done in the wonderful world of the prop firm. And on that note, consider prop firms if you have not yet. And if you are a veteran trader and have not yet used Take Profit Trader, make sure you go with them. You'll love them, I promise. Once you get to the, if you've used other prop firms and then you get to the pro phase where you can request daily payouts, you will think it's a scam. You're like, wait, I can request money again? Yes. Wait, I can request money again? Yes. You will absolutely love it. But if you are a beginner to the world of prop firms, then Take Profit Trader is where you're going to want to start because they have a very clean set of rules. Apex Trader, maybe you see out there that they're a scam, they're this, they're that, and that's not true. But the reason why a lot of people say that or think that is because they're beginners to prop firm trading and they start there. And it gets very overwhelming because they have a lot more rules. It's a lot more rigid. So that is why if you're a beginner, just start with Take Profit Trader. And eventually, once you become intermediate or advanced, if you want to branch out, then yeah, Apex I could see making sense for you. But as a beginner, you definitely want to start with them, with Take Profit Trader. And again, if you are an intermediate or advanced and you've been using Apex or you've been using other prop firms and you've never tried and used Take Profit Trader, I promise you will absolutely love them, especially once you get to that payment stage of being able to request those daily payouts. And then also, just from a very transparent point of view, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to help ensure the live stream continues, use code CLAY, because as much as I enjoy this, as I say, my proof, we're over 4 hours. So I truly do enjoy it. But from a father standpoint, from a husband standpoint, from a businessman standpoint, I can't be taking 4 hours out of my day for something that's strictly a hobby and there's no monetary aspect with it at all. So yes, I do have responsibilities outside of this. So there does still need to be, it needs to be quote unquote worth my time. So to help it make it worth my time by using code CLAY, you do make that happen, and therefore I can justify spending 4 hours in my day to continue to do this live stream. So if in any way, shape, or form you enjoy the live stream and you're getting into prop firm trading or you've already been in it and you want to, like I said, help contribute, using code CLAY does indeed help with that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call it good. And and I should note this. I'm doing if you are a new trader or a struggling trader, I am offering this class tonight. So let me throw this in the chat room here. Free webinar. Again, if you're a battle-hardened veteran trader, I'm not quite sure there's going to be anything in value for you here. But like I said, if you're a new trader, beginner, struggling, I'm confident there'll be something here in this free class that can help you out. So be sure to get signed up for that. But on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be great. If you are not yet a subscriber, make sure to subscribe. Turn on those notifications so that you can be reminded of when I do go live. And then, like I said, if you want to help support the stream, use code CLAY. You get a good deal. It helps make it worth my time. It feeds kids. It feeds hungry children, and that's an admirable thing to do. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I'll see you back. I guess tomorrow's Friday, huh? See you back tomorrow, Friday, at 11 a.m. Eastern. Everybody take care and have a good one. Oh, yeah, Paul, you can still sign up for it, and or you just email me, paul.clay@claytrader.com, and I can send you a link to a past one.